Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hazima Mozam and I welcome you all to Comstech for International Workshop of Advances in Nuclear Medicine and its Application. This workshop is organized by Comstech in collaboration with Pakistan Nuclear Society and Pakistan Society of Nuclear Medicine. With this, I would request our technical focal person for this workshop, Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain, Advisor Comstech, to please join us on the stage. Professor Dr. Naseem Irfan, Rector, Pakistan Institute of Engineering and Applied Sciences, to please come on the stage, sir, please. Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Khalik, President, Pakistan Nuclear Society, sir, please. And Professor Dr. Shazia Fatima, President, Pakistan Society of Nuclear Medicine, to join us on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Comstech and our organizers, I would like to welcome our participants to this workshop. We will begin this workshop with recitation from Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain to introduce us to the concept and background of this workshop.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Naseem Irfan, Rector PIAS, Dr. Muhammad Tahir Khalik, President, Pakistan Nuclear Society, and Dr. Shazia Fatma, President, Pakistan Society of Nuclear Medicine. Members of Diplomatic Corps, distinguished academics, physicians, students, ladies and gentlemen, and in particular, our invited guest speakers from Kuwait, Bangladesh, Turkey, and of course, Pakistan. A very warm welcome to all of you to this activity from my personal behalf, as well as representing comstech. We are very happy to see all of you here, and to this international workshop on nuclear medicine and its application, organized by comstech in cooperation with the Pakistan Nuclear Society, the PNS, and the Pakistan Society for Nuclear Medicine, PSNM. We're grateful to both the Pakistan Nuclear Society and the Pakistan Society for Nuclear Medicine for their valuable assistance and continued cooperation in organization of this event. My particular appreciation to Dr. Shazia Fatma for her role as the chair of the technical committee of this program. Now, further, the Coordinator General of comstech, unfortunately, is out of town due to his duties, but he will be talking to you on via video link and elaborating on the role of comstech in promoting cooperation between the various OIC member states in different areas of science and technology. As you may well be aware, comstech is the OIC Standing Committee for Scientific and Technological Cooperation between member states, and our mandate is effectively to promote science and technology through cooperation between member states. And one of the ways in which we promote cooperation is through the organization of such workshops and activities and conferences that bring together physically as well as online, virtually, the various experts, the various people of eminence. Both students are able to communicate, as well as the academics are able to share and communicate their work, and potential partnerships and potential cooperation and collaborations can be established through such activities. Of course, also comstech has various other programs through which you can also cooperate with international OIC member countries to various of our other programs of cooperation. For example, the comstech Consortium of Excellence, comstech fellowship programs, etc. There are various ways in which you can go about building your cooperation and collaborations with other experts in your own discipline. With regard to this particular activity, we are delighted with the enthusiastic response that we received, both for physical and online participation, even though we felt that this was probably a niche, probably a very specialized area of medicine. But we noted that there was a wide response and keenness, both from the experts, the physicians and the pharmacists and the biotechnologists and others even from bioinformatics and people from even artificial intelligence and so on, testifying that this field, though it is a very specialized area of medicine, is still having a lot of interest amongst the member states, amongst the various institutions within Pakistan. And obviously, there is a feeling that though this discipline is so important now and growing, it is not as highly developed in various member states as one would like it to be. So we hope that this activity may prove to be, a basis for furthering the attention of our governments and our organizations towards this important area of medicine. Let me just say also that for me, someone who is absolutely uneducated as far as medicine is concerned, nuclear medicine is one of the areas which is particularly fascinating because it happens to overlap very strongly with my own area of expertise or my own area of learning of physics. And as you know, this is one of the areas where physics enters and modern science, in fact, enters very critically and crucially in the various techniques and technologies that are associated with nuclear medicine. It is, of course, another strong example of the peaceful uses of nuclear energy or nuclear power. And of course, living in the age that we do, confronted with the challenges of the environment and its degradation through carbon emission, nuclear energy again is an area which holds promise with its own, of course, issues. It holds promise as a source of carbon-free energy. And similarly, nuclear medicine obviously is an area which we see exciting new developments based on physics and based on the applications of physics to not only in the areas of treatment or therapeutic, but also a very unique and new techniques of diagnostics in the area of nuclear applications of nuclear science towards diagnostics, particularly in the fields of oncology and cancer treatment. So with these few words, I think I will just pass on to you our sincere hope that this workshop will provide you a great opportunity to share your respective experiences and your knowledge in both the diagnostic and therapeutic aspects of nuclear medicine. And in particular, I'm sure you all look forward to learning about the latest developments in these domains from our distinguished panel of speakers. And I'm sure that the workshop will not only familiarize you with the facilities and technologies of nuclear medicine presently available within Pakistan and outside of Pakistan, but also of the exciting new possibilities and developments that await us in the near future. The staff of Comstech and myself, we will be at your disposal for any needs that you may have, particularly for those who are residing with us and all of our guests. And we thank you once again for coming here and making this workshop successful. I thank you and wish you a very successful scientific workshop.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will play a recorded welcome address of Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, coordinator at Journal of Comstech. He is unable to join us due to his urgent work commitments.
Honorable Chief Guest, Rector of Pakistan Institute of Engineering and Applied Sciences, PIAS, Professor Dr. Naseem Irfan, Dr. Muhammad Tahir Khaliq, President, Pakistan Nuclear Society, Excellencies, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this important, timely, and very useful activity that aims to project the current development in sciences and technologies in the field of nuclear medicine. In particular, highly appreciate the presence of our distinguished invited speakers, Professor Dr. Rehan Hussain, Member, Faculty of Asian Nuclear Medicine Board, Nuclear Medicine, Molecular Imaging, Evercare Hospital, Dhaka, Bangladesh, and Professor Dr. Abdul Hamid Al-Ghazar, Chairman, Department of Nuclear Medicine, Kuwait University, who have undertaken long journeys and found the time in their busy schedule to contribute and share their knowledge and experiences in this critical area of medicine. It is very heartening for me to note that there has been a very enthusiastic interest in the participation in this important workshop. And there are over 130 registered physical participants and over 500 registered online participants from several OIC member states. I'm very happy to note from the program of the event that the speakers include representatives from various nuclear medicine institutions spread across the length and breadth of Pakistan, successfully established by the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. The importance and significance of various techniques of nuclear medicine, both for diagnostic and therapeutic purposes, is now well established. Techniques such as positron emission tomography and CT oncology, as well as hybrid imaging, are highly important, and it is vital to familiarize the clinical practitioner, the medical oncologist, as well as research in nuclear medicine with these important latest technologies. The same is the case for emerging role of theranostics and advanced radionuclide therapies as new cancer treatment procedures. I'm further happy to note that the workshop will also be discussing the newly emerging role of artificial intelligence in cancer diagnostic and treatment. The Pakistan Nuclear Society is to be complimented for bringing these ideas and important technologies and their application in this important event. It is equally important to note that nuclear medicine facilities and oncology treatment centers are now well established in large number of OIC member countries, and sure many of them will be benefiting from the online access to this workshop. I hope our distinguished speakers from Kuwait and Bangladesh and our online speakers from Turkey will be giving us flavor of the nuclear medicine activities and facilities in their respective countries. I would like to express my appreciation to the Honorable Director Pyas for the continuing role of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission in the establishment and development of various nuclear medicine facilities across the country, as well as the role of Pyas in the development and training of scientific manpower that is required for the operation and maintenance of these highly sophisticated technical facilities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, comstech, as you know, is a ministerial standing committee comprised of 57 ministers of countries spread in 4 continents and representing 1.9 billion people, is primarily mandated to promote scientific and technological cooperation for the socio-economic benefit. And in that particular mandate, we have been able to achieve large activities in the area of science, technology, innovation, health, and climate, as well as higher education. In the spirit of responsibilities assigned to comstech, I hope that based on the feedback received from the participants of this workshop and from the interaction that it generates between the various institutions represented in this activity, comstech will be able to formulate future programs of collaboration between the institutions of nuclear medicine in various OIC member states. One important outcome which I would like to present to you is the establishment of network of nuclear medicine societies in the OIC member states, so we can have collective strength of many countries and then a process of collective learning. At the end, let me compliment the organizing and technical committees of the workshop representing comstech, Pakistan Nuclear Society, and Pakistan Society of Nuclear Medicine, respectively, for successfully cooperating to organize the event and for its meaningful technical program. I would like to express my gratitude to my colleague, Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain, for his leadership and for his hard work in successfully organizing this very important event with other partners. I sincerely wish that it was possible for me to be physically present in this important activity, but unfortunately my prior commitment prevent me from being among you. I, however, wish all the participants and the resource person a very successful scientific meeting and a vigorous and informative interaction leading to more collaboration and scientific exchanges between the participants. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence here, and I wish you all a very successful workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I would now request Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain to introduce and invite our chief guest today, Professor Dr. Naseem Irfan.
Thank you, Hazima. When we were trying to make up our mind whom to invite as the chief guest for today's event, and we realized that the most appropriate person would be representing the institution that has over the years trained and nurtured and mentored the nuclear physicists and nuclear medicine people in Pakistan. And that is, of course, the Pakistan Institute of Engineering and Applied Sciences, commonly known as PIAS. So today we have the honor of having the rector of PIAS as the Dr. Naseem Irfan as the chief guest of this function. And I'm sure he is not only familiar, but very closely associated with many of our resource persons who are themselves graduates of PIAS themselves. He has a PhD in fuel and energy engineering. He's a nuclear engineer also from his background. He has been rector of PIAS from since 2022, last year. And before that, his career as an academic, as a researcher, has also been associated with PIAS for the past several years. He has a number of awards to his credit, which basically testify to his great involvement and his commitment as a teacher, a number of awards as a best teacher from the Higher Education Commission, and a highly productive scientist, and recipient of the gold medal from the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. And besides that, there's a long list of his publications and his research. So I will not encumber you with that. Just an honor to have you, sir. And we look forward to hearing from you about the prospects that you see in observe for nuclear medicine and in Pakistan, and of course in the world. Dr. Naseem Irfan.
Professor Khurshid Hasnain, Madam Shazia Khan, Dr. Tahir Khalid, honorable ambassadors, participants, many of familiar faces of my students. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I was thinking that on what topic should I talk today, because this is mainly a gathering of doctors. But definitely, as Professor Khurshid Hasnain mentioned, that PIAS is an institute which is also involved in indigenous human resource development in the area of, in general, nuclear science and technology, but also nuclear medicine, radiation, medical oncology, radiation physics as well. So I thought that I should talk on this topic, that why our predecessors, our visionary personalities made this institute, and why this area is important, the area of indigenous human resource development in nuclear science and technology. The era of nuclear science and technology in Pakistan, although it was started quite long ago, but if we consider it from the event point of view, then it is the late 60s and 70s when first nuclear power plant was signed with Atomic Energy Canada and the groundbreaking ceremony held of Karachi nuclear power plant. That was about 137 megawatt nuclear power reactor. Side by side in the same decade, there was another landmark establishment that was laid down. That was Pakistan Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology, which houses a research reactor. Initially, it was 5 megawatt thermal, and afterwards, it was upgraded to 10 megawatt thermal. And it also has various facilities apart from other. It has a division, full-fledged division, where radioisotopes are produced that are used in radiopharmaceuticals and nuclear medicine. So that was the time when Pakistan really entered into a nuclear era. At that time, Dr. Ishrat Usmani was the chairman of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. And according to his vision, he realized that there is an absence of degree program in nuclear science and technology in national universities. And it was anticipated that there may be a possible difficulties of admissions, resources, knowledge, acquiring of nuclear science and technology equipment, consumables, including radiopharmaceuticals from outside. So they made a plan. They said that, okay, why not to go for a concept of train the trainers? And according to that, they say that why not we send the best available lot of genius students of our national universities, give them scholarships, send them abroad for, especially in those countries which are highly technological, that have highly technological infrastructure. They get their degrees and then pool them at some place so that they can train other doctors, engineers, and scientists, so that a chain of this human resource development will continue. So they started working on that, and they sent the best graduates of Pakistani universities, arranging their training at world's famous university and nuclear labs. And after some times, when they returned, they pooled them back at a place in Testic, Pakistan Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology. That was called Reactor School. So human resource development concept, especially the indigenous human resource development concept, was there right from the inception of the very first nuclear power plant. And the concept of indigenous human resource development and management was very well taken care of. So by the establishment of Reactor School that was established back in 1967 for the purpose of provision of qualified manpower for that reactor canoe, as well as for future plants and related fuel cycle facilities. The training and the development of human resource in the area of nuclear science and technology started. The very first step was nuclear orientation of newly inducted engineers and scientists, as well as training of staff and their basic orientation towards nuclear field. That was included in the mandate. So a course in nuclear technology was offered for those engineers and technologists who already joined Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. And then they are sent back. But the course was of shorter duration, initially for a year, afterwards for 2 years. Then it was realized that if someone is doing so much hard work in getting knowledge in nuclear science and technology, why not to give them a degree? So that Reactor School was upgraded to Center for Nuclear Studies and was made a department of Quaid-e-Azam University. That was the famous and well-known and top-ranked university in our capital city. And we were a part of Qadir University as a nuclear engineering department. And then we started offering degree of nuclear engineering. Basically, at that time, the visionaries in Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, they have some major targets that they have to go for electrical power. They have to go for use of radioisotopes in nuclear medicine, agriculture, industry. Of course, making nuclear power without fuel is of no use. So they're targeting that we should explore nuclear fuel within the country, and the fuel cycle sort of thing was established. And then the nuclear material search, and of course, the nuclear waste disposal. And of course, there are specific buildings for that purpose, so they have to establish another area, which is the design and fabrication of specific nuclear structures as well. So with the increasing activities and scope of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, the reactor school was upgraded to the Center for Nuclear Studies, CNS. And somebody, our founder of CNS, Dr. Inamur Rahman, said that when we were a fellow I was also a fellow of that institute. So when we were taking our first class, then they said that although this name is CNS, Center for Nuclear Studies, but you will see that at one time it would be equivalent to that medical term. It would become the central nervous system of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. And afterwards, we saw that now chairman of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, members of Atomic Energy Commission, chairman of Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority, former chairman of NASCOM, Dr. Nabil Hayat, even former chairman, Dr. Ansar Pervez, and so many foreign students who came to Pakistan and completed his degree at PIAS. They went back to Jordan, Indonesia, and they were at influential positions in Atomic Energy Commission. One of them was chairman of Jordanian Atomic Energy Commission as well. Similarly, our students went to IAEA and they headed several sections of International Atomic Energy Commission as well. So afterwards, it was realized that it is of no use to put nuclear everywhere, especially when there comes some difficulty in travel. So the name was again changed, and out of CNS, there emerged a full-fledged public sector university named as Pakistan Institute of Engineering and Applied Sciences that was established under the auspices of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. So if we just see the paths, 1967, it was reactor school, and nuclear MS nuclear engineering was initiated. Then it was renamed the Center for Nuclear Studies and shifted to another place from PISTIC. Then we offered MS systems engineering. It is not simple system, it is control system engineering, because whenever you are operating a nuclear power plant, definitely you have to deal it from a distance. So all the control room sort of stuff where you handle things remotely. So you need control systems engineering. And then came in 1989, the degree we offered that was nuclear medicine. Then in 1997, it was renamed as PIAS. And further degrees were offered that also include the MS Medical Physics and MS Radiation Medical Oncology. So in 2000, PIAS was given a full-fledged degree award status and it became a university. Now, focusing onto the nuclear medicine, PAC established about 19 operational nuclear medical center and institutes spread all over Pakistan for carrying out diagnostics by nuclear medicine techniques and treatment of cancer by radiotherapy. These 19 were spread from Gilgit to Karachi. Just for sake of softness, I spell out the names, you will feel that most of the names has the spirit of mother, the spirit of woman. It was Jinor in Gilgit, Sinor in Sawat, Inor in Aptabad, Irnam at Peshawar, Dinor in Bannu, Dinar at Diai Khan, Sinar at Quetta, EMC Karachi. Now, Kiran at Karachi, Nimra at Jamshoro, Noreen at Nawabshah, Linar at Larkana, Minar at Multan, Bino at Bhavalpur, Peenam at Faisalabad, Inmol at Lahore, Sinam at Lahore, Jina at Gujranwala, and Noori at Islamabad. And of course, there are two diagnosis centers are also in progress. One is in Narowal, which is recently inaugurated as well. And the other is in design phase and construction phase at Muzaffarabad. Why they are spread all over Pakistan? Because we know that this news for any family that one of the family member is suffering from cancer is an explosion within himself. All the families disturbed. Now taking that patient for treatment to other cities, it's a hell of a task. At least 1 or 2 attendants are required. They have to travel, they have to stay there. So although there are facilities available, we heard about Shaukat Khanam, definitely very famous hospital in Lahore, now in Peshawar and Karachi as well. The progress is going on. But Pakistan Terminology Commission feeling this fact that there is a difficulty involved in traveling, there is difficulty involved in treatment. So they provided, they made a vision to provide the treatment at the doorsteps in every area of Pakistan. Although PAEC always worked at a low profile, you may not heard these names before, maybe possibly, because there are no advertisement, there's nothing like that. But about 80% of load of cancer patient at a very modest expenses, very slim expenses. Most of the expenses were subsidized. It's been taken care by all these nuclear medicine centers. So PAS is providing human resource to most of the nuclear power plants, nuclear fuel industries, PAC establishments. But in nuclear medical center, PAS has been provided medical doctors who complete their degree at PAS. Medical doctors in their final semester perform thesis project. They do circulation in various departments in these medical centers. The other engineers, they also, engineers and scientists perform final year projects on specific research requirements of PAC establishments. Those doctors are specifically meant for getting training in nuclear medical centers of Pakistan Terminology Commission. Apart from this, afterwards, we started the degree in radiation physics. And you know, the radiation physics is a sort of coupled figure with a doctor in nuclear medicine. I heard from someone that doctors are highly paid in US, but second highly paid in US are medical physicists and radiation physicists. So we also initiated a degree in medical physics. And now many of the medical physicists are also there performing treatment planning, 2D and 3D treatment planning, and handling the equipment like PET and other sophisticated equipments, and helping doctors to do the treatment of the patients. So anyhow, PAS is going ahead. And every year, I just came, I think, a week ago, taking interviews from the candidates who applied for fellowship in PAS. And in this next batch, we were looking forward for about 12 to 15 doctors in nuclear medicine and radiation and medical oncology who were inducted. What is the process of induction? We say that you should have first career in your studies. Well, some second regions are also right if there is a case of illness or something in metric filter. Then we go to 16 cities of Pakistan and take the screening test. And then we conduct interviews at various cities. And then we select them and we give them a refresher semester that is called zero semester. And in that, we give them a taste of mathematics as well, because mathematics is a subject which is sometimes a bit difficult for doctors. And of course, some computer science as well. But they have to retain their CGPA at least 2.57. If they go below that, then their fellowship would be affected. A part of fellowship may be withheld. And if afterwards in second semester they get the required CGPA, all the areas are paid. This is just to bring them on toes. So in this way, a continuous screening process goes on, and finally they are qualified. Then there is another problem. There are so many areas where we need to place them. And definitely it is, some areas are very difficult, but still the young students, they are willing to go there. But sometimes the married students have difficulty there. But definitely we take care of that, the wedlock sort of thing. We also take care of that. And then they serve in all these hospitals very sincerely. So this is a part of contribution PIAS is making for Pakistan. And of course, the foreign students were also coming at PIAS, but after 9/11, the number is a bit reduced. Now again, we are offering foreign students fellowships as well. I hope that some foreign students will also come. So this area of nuclear medicine and radiation medical oncology definitely is it is a sincere service of humanity. And I hope that with this indigenous human resource development at PIAS, we would be capable to make more and more cancer hospitals in Pakistan. I hope that these incidents would reduce, but at the moment, we see that they are not reducing, rather increasing. Especially we see every year the pink ribbon sort of activity. So PAC and PIAS is there to train the doctors, medical physicists, and send them to various places with their will, so that they can provide services to cancer patients and humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful remarks. Now I would request Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain to present Comstech Shield to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Naseem Irfan. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Now we will go outside for a group photo. and followed by a tea or a coffee break. And we will gather here at 11 a.m. For the first technical session of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Of Chairman, Department of Nuclear Medicine in Kuwait University in Kuwait. He graduated from the School of Medicine of University of Cairo in Egypt and received his training in clinical and anatomic pathology, University of Kansas School of Medicine in the US. Board certified by the American Board of Anatomical and Clinical Pathology, the fellow of the College of American Pathologists. He's worked as a faculty staff at various universities in the US and as the chief of nuclear medicine at Tufts New England Medical Center, Boston. He has received numerous awards from several international professional organizations. He's a member of several editorial boards of medical journals and an author of a large number of peer-reviewed scientific articles. It's our pleasure and an honor to welcome Professor Abdul Hamid Al-Ghazar to this for his lecture. And the title of his lecture, as I have it here, is on diagnosis of infection, the role of PET and CET. Dr. Hamid.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm really happy to be here. It is my first time in Pakistan, although I know many friends and I worked with many great scientists from here elsewhere. Before I start, I like to recognize and thank Dr. Shazia Omar. And if she can come, I would like to give her one of my recently published books by Kuwait University last year, and it is on infection and inflammation, multimodality imaging with essential pathophysiology. I would like to give her this token and tell her thank you for what you did to nuclear medicine, particularly in Pakistan. Okay, I know we are behind the schedule, so I'm going to try to make for the time. My subject today is infection and inflammation. And everybody is giving importance to cancer, which is okay. But I think there are some other diseases that we need to be aware of how serious it is. So I'm going to start with some brief essential basics. And this may explain the reasoning of the importance of discussing the subject of infection and inflammation. Despite infection and inflammation is known more than 3,000 years ago. And you can see it in many ancient documented on the stones and all of that stuff. But still, it's with us. And new microorganisms emerges every now and then. And the evidence of that, the most recent is COVID-19. We know, and it's well documented in the literature, that this condition is more prevalent in the developing countries compared with the developed countries. And it is also worse in the lower socioeconomic class. So we have to be aware of that. And what makes infection also very crucial is it costs the world more than any other disease, including cancer and the diabetes. As I always do, I start with some basic but important pathophysiologic explanation. So the inflammation, of course, inflammation from the outset is different from infection because inflammation is a general term. It's a non-specific tissue reaction to injury, and this injury can be anything, including heat, including radiation, including the trauma, and so on. But if it is due to microorganisms, it is infection. So whether we talk about infection or inflammation, we have some regional changes, and this is connected or related or explaining some of the modalities that we use for imaging. This includes vasodilation, stasis, increased permeability with oozing of the plasma, including some cells outside the vessels, and the cellular changes. And the most important is the chemotaxis, which brings more inflammatory cells to the site of inflammation, and consequently, it is a basis of labeled white blood cell procedure, for example. Hypoxia also. Cytokines, very important. And cytokine, actually, it's a protective against infection, but when it is too much, it causes or triggers severe infection and increase the glucose metabolism. Those last three particularly are basis of some PET-CT or PET modalities to detect infection and the follow-up of infection. Systemic changes, we know it. Now, when there is acute inflammation, the acute inflammation may show complete resolution with or without treatment. It can lead to suppuration and the abscess formation, and this may be serious depending on the location. If it is in the liver, for example, or many abdominal locations, it's very serious. It can lead to organization, and it may lead to chronic inflammation. And I'm gonna spend a few minutes here to explain the concept of chronic active inflammation, because that's what concerns us as nuclear medicine physicians. When chronic inflammation happens following acute inflammation, because it can start by itself as chronic, the segmented or polymorph nuclear leukocytes that are abundant in acute inflammation will gradually change to mononuclear cells, which means lymphocytes, plasma cells, and so on. And this can stay dormant with no problem for even years. Investing or surrounding dormant microorganisms. And after that, it may become active and warrant management, including debridement, antibiotics, or whatever it takes. So there is a difference between chronic inflammation as a general term and the chronic active inflammation. We are concerned with detecting chronic active inflammation, and I'm going to explain that when I talk about imaging. For the diagnosis in general, of course, clinical diagnosis is very important in any disease. And by the way, for nuclear medicine physicians, you must know detailed history about the patient and examine the patient if needed. And I found this very crucial to make the proper diagnosis, particularly in certain diseases, including bone disease. The lab may be non-specific, and in several or many cases of suspected infection, we need imaging. And the imaging strategy of infection has changed significantly in the last few years, with a major role of PET-CT and the MRI in the early diagnosis of infection. When we want to decide which imaging modality we are going to use to detect the infection, and this has to be as efficient, time efficient as possible to avoid complications. We ask ourselves if there are localizing signs or not. If there are localizing signs, then we use a morphologic modality because it gives quicker results. And it has other advantages. In this case, it can guide drainage, if you will, and so on. So ultrasound, CT, MRI, sometimes all of these are used when there are localizing signs. Functional imaging are used only when the morphologic imaging is not conclusive or you need some confirmation. And in this case, depending on the duration of the disease, which is another factor. If the duration of the disease is about 2 weeks, we should use labeled white blood cells or PET-CT. Why? Because labeled white blood cells, as I mentioned, depends on the abundance of polymorph nuclear leukocytes, not the lymphocyte. And it may show false negative results if you use it later on. And I am showing a couple of examples here. One for a inflammatory bowel disease, and labeled white blood cells is a good procedure for that, for the detection, extent of the disease, as well as the follow-up, and also for an infected vascular graft. This case, sorry. Oh. This case here is interesting because it will, the gallium in the middle. This case is for a medical student at Kuwait University years ago. And she came with a history of fever for about low-grade fever for 6 weeks. And she had back pain. And her parents both were physicians and worried. So we did gallium-67. And because gallium takes 24, 48 hours, so they were angry. But anyway, this is a case of perinephric abscess that was missed with any other procedure at the time. So why I am showing this? Because if the history is 6 weeks, we cannot use labeled white blood cells. And if it happens that you use it, if it is negative, you cannot rule out chronic infection. You can rule out acute infection. Another case of sarcoidosis as an example of chronic infection. Now, the PET-CT is becoming a very crucial modality for the diagnosis of all kinds of infections, acute and chronic. And it has the advantage of finishing the procedure in the same day. And also, it does not need the tedious procedure of labeling white blood cells. So, in case when there are localizing signs and need confirmation, if PET is available, if DG PET, I think you should do it or use it. Now, when there are no localizing signs, we don't start with the morphologic modality. It is the opposite. Because we are fishing in the entire body for a source of infection. So we use the functional modalities. And there are too many radioactive agents to be used. And this means none of them is ideal for all cases. And I just want to point out for the recent agents that being either used or investigated, and they approved to be either accurate or promising, whether it's available and clinically used or still in the stage of investigation. Gallium-68 is a great radio tracer, whether used in infection, and if it is labeled with other chemicals for cancer, of course. And it has more advantages than the gallium-67, of course. You know the physical properties of gallium-67. FDG labeled white blood cells also is very promising. Iodine 124 FIAU, which actually goes inside the bacteria, and you can detect the bacteria using this agent. Now, with no localizing signs, as I mentioned, we go for our nuclear medicine procedure. And here are some examples, and I always mention again, the duration of the disease is important. And the rest of the clinical information. It's funny that the first case on the left-hand side is a labeled white blood cells with a big abscess, abdominal abscess just below the liver in the planar, and on the CT it's just sub-abdominal wall or under the abdominal wall in front of the liver. And the physician who referred this did not bother to examine the patient or to ask for a CT. So he did not follow the proper path. That's why actually this was a waste to do the nuclear medicine study, but it was very clear that this is an abdominal abscess, and it's a very serious disease because the mortality actually can reach high levels, and it can be 40% if it is not properly and swiftly diagnosed and treated. And inflammatory bowel disease, I talked about it. Gallium-67, if the duration of symptoms is long or you suspect a chronic infection, gallium-67 or gallium-68 is the way to go. And actually these two, as well as the labeled white blood cells, is useful also in the follow-up of the disease and evaluate the response to therapy. FDG, I mentioned it, and it is very crucial, and actually it's important also in certain diseases that are difficult to diagnose with other modalities. Diffuse interstitial fibrosis is a very serious disease, and the mortality is very high. And the FDG can show the diffusely increased motil uptake in both lungs. Now, included under suspected infection with no localizing sign is a fever or inflammation of unknown origin. And this has been a dilemma for decades, actually. And no matter what you do, you may end up with about 25% of cases with no resolution of the cause. too many causes, including infectious, inflammatory and non-inflammatory, including the tumors, including pulmonary embolism and the others. And the diagnostic workup, as usual, you do the lab, but the imaging is crucial to diagnose this condition. And although in many protocols, you will see chest X-ray, which is okay, CT, MRI, and all of this stuff, but the very important procedure now is the PET-CT. PET-CT is the way to go to resolve most of the cases of fever of unknown etiology. And here is an example. This is from our cases in Kuwait, and we published it in one of the books. And one case is proven to be vertebral osteomyelitis, an older patient with fever for extended time. No cause was resolved by conventional methods, lab, and all of that stuff. And he was actually in the hospital for about 4 weeks. And the PET-CT showed vertebral osteomyelitis as a cause of the fever of unknown etiology, which is not uncommon in older age group in this case. Another case on the right upper hand side was found to be infective endocarditis. And the PET-CT is very, very important modality for the diagnosis of infective endocarditis, which is becoming more common because of the utilization of artificial parts being inserted, such as the pacemaker and the valves and so on in the heart. And the right lower hand side is a case of COVID-19. This is one of our cases. And I'm going to summate this. And actually, I'm making for the time behind. When we have suspected infection, we ask ourselves, do we have localizing signs? And you do not depend on the request or the information from the referring physician only. You must interview the patient, and you may examine the patient to check if there are localizing signs or not. And in my next part tomorrow, I will elaborate into this, because from my experience, I found a lot of accurate diagnosis when I move and talk to the patient to examine the patient. No localizing signs or localizing signs. If there are localizing signs, we go for morphologic modalities for sure. Any of these morphologic modalities, it depends on the case. If it is conclusive, then we are done, and the patient will go for treatment. If it is not conclusive, or you need some confirmation, you seek the help of functional imaging. If there are no localizing signs, then we go for our functional imaging. And we, depending on, again, the history if we have acute situation, we go for labeled white blood cells or PET-CT. And if you have, regardless of the reason, to use labeled white blood cells, if it is positive, we are fine. If it is negative and the duration is extended more than 2 weeks, you have to have PET-CT or gallium, not white blood cells, because it may be false negative. So if it is less than 2 weeks, white blood cells or PET, more than 2 weeks, gallium-67 or PET, depending on the availability. And if these are conclusive, we are done. But sometimes you want to seek the help of morphologic modalities for when you localize the infection for more anatomic details or drainage or so forth. I'm going to stop here. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Yep. This one.
Yeah, the case in which, yeah, this one. And would you kindly elaborate upon it a little more? Where is precisely the focus of infection here?
Speak up a little bit.
Yeah, I would like to know the infected area here in the infected
Oh,
endocarditis
it's
imaging.
close to superior vena cava.
Okay,
And in this case, actually, we used unfractionated heparin and the prolonged period of fasting. So the heart is not.
so in the PET images, is it the yellow part you mean?
I'm
PET
sorry,
CT? In the PET-CT images, is it the yellow part?
is it what?
The yellow, yeah.
The yellow part, they asking.
In the PET-CT
Yes,
image.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Sorry. You know, I'm getting old. Any other question? There's a question in the front.
Do you have any experience of ubiquitin imaging for infection?
For?
Ubiquitin, UBI imaging.
No.
I have a basic question. Why these radiopharmaceutical works and infectious imaging, while the morphological imaging is not suitable? Why it don't work? Why the morphological imaging is not successful, while
what?
the radiopharmaceuticals or dysfunctional imaging is successful? What is the difference?
I didn't.
How it works? And
Is not one. Oh, if the oh, I mentioned, if you do or use the functional imaging and it's negative or not conclusive, as I mentioned towards the end, you may want to seek the help of morphologic imaging, because sometimes, depending on the duration, depending on the radiopharmaceutical, nothing is 100% accurate here. So depending on the clinical suspicion, physicians may also seek the help of morphologic imaging, but you cannot just screen the entire body usually. But in case if there is any finding that may not even be diagnostic, of course, to indicate a region they will go after it, or if there is some clinical and or lab that may direct the physician to a certain area, they use morphological. So actually, both of these modalities are complementary to each other. But in some situation, you start with morphologic, and there are a lot of advantages, as I mentioned for that. But if it is not conclusive or negative, you go for the morphologic imaging. And in this case also, you may go back for the morphologic imaging in certain conditions. No competition, but completing each other. But the issue is which one you use first. I hope I answered your question.
Sir, I have a question. Can we differentiate between chronic inflammation and chronic active inflammation?
Yes.
And secondly, can we also assess extent of local tissue damage?
No, the last one I didn't get it.
Can we also assess the extent of local tissue damage?
The extent of local tissue damage.
Oh, the extent of local tissue damage. Yes, of course. Now, as I mentioned, the chronic inflammation can be quiescent, and pathologically, it is characterized by mononuclear cells rather than polymorph nuclear cells, and some fibrosis, sometimes necrosis. And all of this can continue without activity, or it can be active. Active means the microorganism reactivate and multiply and cause more tissue damage. But regarding the tissue damage in general, inflammation or infection, when it happens, it starts by destroying some cells. And the inflammatory cells by themselves will accumulate within the tissue, along with a lot of chemical mediators. All of these will cause tissue damage. And one of the examples of that is the necrosis that happens after this, particularly liquefactive necrosis, which will cause abscess. Abscess is not a normal tissue and is actually a destroyed tissue. And this is one of the reasons when the tissue damage happens, it will cause loss of function. For example, if you have an active rheumatoid arthritis in one of the knees, the person will not be able to walk and may not be able to use his limb. And when this happens, depending on the degree, you may have gradual resolution of this tissue damage based on the extent, based on the type of infection, based on the treatment. You may have resolution that can be almost complete and go back to normal tissue with very little residual. Or it may cause permanent tissue damage with fibrosis and maybe calcification and so on. Does this answer your question?
We have running out of time. So we can continue. Thank you very much. We will continue the questions in the next section that Dr. Abdul Hamid will continue. Thank you so much for your. Our next speaker is equally a very senior and a very experienced and distinguished physician and scholar in the field of nuclear medicine, Professor Rehan Hussain from Bangladesh. We welcome him. He graduated from Dhaka Medical College in Bangladesh in 1984, joined the Nuclear Medicine Institute of Nuclear Medicine in Dhaka under Bangladesh Atomic Energy Commission in 1988. He was further trained under IAEA fellowship in the US, in Sydney, Australia, and later on in the USA and in the UK. He obtained his PhD also in 2010. Already, of course, had his medical degree. He's been a former director of National Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences in Bangladesh. He retired from government service as a member of Biosciences of the Bangladesh Atomic Energy Commission in 2017, and then he joined Evercare Hospital in Dhaka, where he is still serving. He served in a number of positions in the Bangladesh Society of Nuclear Medicine. He also is a faculty member of the Asian Nuclear Medicine Board, the governing body of the member World Association of Radio Pharmaceuticals and Therapy, and a number of other honorable positions. He's also the chairman of the editorial board of Bangladesh Journal of Nuclear Medicine. I welcome Professor Rehan Hussain. The title of his lecture today is Multiple Primary Malignancies, PET-CT Perspective. Welcome.
Good morning. Still, I can say good morning technically. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm honored and pleased to be here. And firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Hasnain, for inviting me, and also to my friend, Dr. Sadia Umar, Dr. Babar Imran. He was supposed to be here. I haven't met him this morning. And also to Mr. Wakar Bhatt, because we together went to Murray yesterday. He took me there and I had a wonderful sightseeing tour over there. And let's begin. I was actually also asked to deliver something about nuclear medicine in Bangladesh. So I plan to divide my lecture into 4 parts, in 4 quadrants. Firstly, I will say something about my country, Bangladesh, then with the nuclear medicine in Bangladesh, then with the PET, a brief introduction, and finally my specific topic. So the topic I'm going to say is the multiple primary malignancy and a PET perspective in a 1-year study. So Professor Hasnain has elaborately given my introduction, so I do not need this slide anymore. This is the national flag. And the red symbolizes the sun, and the green is it's a country. As you know, Bangladesh is a flat country with fertile land, so it's called a green country. And here it is, sorry. You can see in the eastern part of the Indo-Pak subcontinent, it lies there, and we have the border with the Myanmar over there, and the other side's India. And what does it mean by Bangladesh? Bangla is actually the language, which is our national language, and Desh means country. So literally it sounds that Bangla speaking country. And we are called Bengali, and in an Anglicized version, it's called Bengali, and we speak the Bangla language. Actually, that is the most easterly representative of the Indo-European language, because after Bangladesh, the Mongoloid race starts from the Myanmar onwards. And we, the Bengalis, are the third largest ethnic group in the world after Han Chinese and Arabs. So it's an interesting point. These are the typical faces of Bangladesh: a village elder person, a young child, and our cricket icon, Mashraf ibn Murtaza. He was the captain of Bangladesh cricket team. Sorry. And something about the history of Bangladesh. Throughout the ages, we have been ruled by different dynasties. There was Buddhist dynasties, there were Hindu dynasties. Then in the 1200 AD, the Muslim Sultanate started. Then the Mughals came, then the British, finally the Pakistani era, and eventually we got our independence in 1971. These are some examples of our medieval architecture. We don't have the stone. As I just told, it's a flat land. We don't have a lot of mountains. So traditionally, the architects, they use terracotta. For the structure, this is a mosque, and on the right-hand side is a temple from the Middle Ages. And these are some new architectures. This is our Parliament House. It was designed by famous American architect Louis Kahn. And it's on the bottom left, sorry. On the bottom left is the Shahid Minar. It's a very important landmark in our country. And the Shahids were the martyrs of the language movement, because in 1952. And that was the first movement which eventually led to our independence struggle. Because at that time, after the creation of Pakistan, Urdu was declared as the national language, but the people in the East Pakistan then, they didn't like that thing, so they want to have Bangla as the national language. As Bangla, Bengalis were majority population of the Pakistan. So eventually both the languages were declared as a national language. And on the right-hand side, that's the old Nawab's Palace in Dhaka. It was a house of Sir Salimullah, Nawab Sir Salimullah Bahadur, who actually was a father of Muslim League. And Muslim League was eventually established in Dhaka, which led to the Pakistan independence. And these are some scenes from our traditional New Year. New Year is a major cultural event in our country. And I like to show you some data about Bangladesh. This is a stamp from the Pakistani era. You can see the West Pakistan and this Pakistan. I used to, I believe many of from the audience in their childhood days used to collect the stamps. So it's from my collection. Area-wise, Bangladesh is very small compared to Pakistan. It's just maybe 1/5. Population is 170 million, whereas in Pakistan it's 240 million. But at the time of our separation in 1971, we had about 5 crore, and in the West Pakistan, it was about 4 crore. So the population growth rate has decreased in Bangladesh with many, the incentives and other things. Fertility rate is also decreased. The infant mortality rate is 26 per thousand. In Pakistan is 57, maternal is 123, Pakistan is 154. Literacy rate has gone up nowadays, is 74%. I'm not sure about this data I have collected from internet. If I am wrong, please let me know. Life expectancy is 74 years. In Pakistan is 67. GDP growth rate, it's 7.1, Pakistan 6.2. Actually, we had a decline in the GDP. It was nearly 10 after the COVID, and with the Russia-Ukraine war, it is coming down. Reserve 23 billion, and GDP, our GDP is nearly 2,500. Pakistan is 1,700. Currency, at 1971, we had the same currency, but now our taka is around 110 taka per US dollar, and whereas Pakistan is 300 rupee per US dollar. And these are the very recent development. On the left-hand side, this is the mighty, over the mighty Padma River, the bridge, which is one of the longest bridge in the subcontinent. On the right-hand side, it was inaugurated last year, and this is the new expressway in Dhaka. It has been opened just last month. That is the tunnel, mouth of the tunnel under the Karnatali River in Chittagong. It is scheduled to be opened in next month, and it is the first major road tunnel, to my knowledge, in the subcontinent under a major river. And this is the new metro rail system in Dhaka. It started functioning just 6 months back. So now coming to the nuclear medicine scenario, we have 33 establishments. At present, we have 9 PET cities, 5 more on the way, 2 cyclotrons, 3 more, 18 SPECS city, 5 more, 32 dual-head SPECS, 10 more, 20 single-head cameras. These are very old cameras, of course. We have 140 nuclear medicine physicians, 40 physicists, 20 radio cameras, 200 technologists. And nuclear medicine is scattered all over the country. The major part are under the Bangladesh Atomic Energy Commission. And there are also a few other government centers like armed forces. They have an institute, cardiac disease they have, and there are some other non-government where I am working at the healthcare hospital. And this is the prime institute in Bangladesh. That's called the National Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Science. Not the entire building, but 4th floor in this building. And it has 2 PET cities, 1 SPECS city, 3 SPECS, polyscanner, cardiac scanner, thyroid, etc., and a cytotron center. And these are some centers outside Dhaka, as for example, Khulna, Faridpur. And now some brief history about nuclear medicine in Bangladesh. First, it was established in 1958. Work started in 1958 in the tin shed building at the Dhaka Medical College campus. And it was then called Radioisotope Center. And it was established by the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. But it was officially inaugurated in 1962 by the then Health Minister of Pakistan. It had rectilinear scanner, probe renograms. I'm sure the young doctors, you haven't seen what is a rectilinear scanner or what are probe renograms. These are historical things. Anyway, then in the 1960s, there were 2 more centers, one in Rajshahi and one in Chittagong were established. And after the 1971 War of Independence, the country was devastated due to the war, and everything was collapsed, but gradually we geared up. Bangladesh Atomic Energy Commission was founded in 1973, then many other centers started to grow. The Institute of Nuclear Medicine, where I worked in the past, it was established in 1980. We had our first ultrasound machine in 81, first gamma camera in 83, PET-CT in 2010. These are some of the examples of our instruments. These are the rooms with the gamma camera, and this is the pediatric unit. It's a very traditional thing. I'm sure in Pakistan also, the women are very fond of henna, or mainly what we say. Now, something about the nuclear medicine education. The Institute of Nuclear Medicine became affiliated Institute of Dhaka University in 1987. In 1988, the first batch of diploma in nuclear medicine started. It was a one-year course. After 10 years, it was the course was converted into 2 years master's program, MPhil program. Then after a few years, it was modified and extended for 5 years MD residency program, which is now we are having it. It's divided into part A, part B. Every year, 10 students are getting admitted and 1 from the overseas. So when they pass out, they get the MD degrees. There are some rural scenes, tea. We have a lot of tea gardens and some rice fields. And something about Society of Nuclear Medicine. It was founded in 1993, and we have lots of conferences and international collaboration. So we also have a journal. There's a Bangladesh Journal of Nuclear Medicine, and we regularly have conference, and these are the journals, and these are some souvenirs from the old conference. This was the first conference in 1993, and later on these are the annual conferences. And I'd like to show some photograph. Professor El Ghazal is here, and this is in Dhaka in 2009. Yes. And it's from the ARCC meeting in Dhaka. It was from 2010. You can see Pakistani friends here. Professor Savi is there. And it's in 2017, we had a national conference in Ghazipur, that's outskirts of Dhaka. You can see Professor Sabi again, and Professor Kaisar Siraj, who is now in Kuwait. So Dr. Sradia was also with us in 2003, I suppose, at the ARCCNM in 2003, but I couldn't trace out 2003 photographs in my computer because at that time there were no digital, so I could not have that photo, but I have something else. Can anyone recognize this lady? Here it is. And it was in Cartagena in Colombia. And here, Dr. Sadia, me, and Professor El Ghazal, we are together in Cartagena, Colombia, with Amy from Philippines. So now let us come to a topic, PET, what we are going to discuss. Of course, we are not going to discuss these PETs. Those who are working with PET, they know exactly what it is. But I think, apart from nuclear medicine physician, there are diverse audience. So I will just briefly mention a few points about PET-CT. The beauty of nuclear medicine is that we do functional imaging, and the PET is also one of the instruments, and we deal with the molecular level, the molecular changes. So what happens when the disease process starts in the body? Firstly, there is a change at the biochemical level, the molecular level. Then it affects the physiology, and finally, the anatomical changes occurs. So the traditional anatomical imaging like CT or ultrasonogram or MRI or X-ray, This can detect whenever there is a anatomical change, anatomical damage has happened. But before that, the nuclear medicine can have a strong role because that can detect even before there is a change in the anatomy. And there are also many other uses like the blood flow, the receptor, and other things. And there's a typical PET CT machines. There's a cyclotron where we get the FDGs and fluorine, the isotope, and positron tomography. Positron, what is positron? Everyone must be knowing that it's a positively charged electron. When it hits the body, collides with the natural negatively charged electron, there's a collision, both of them destroyed, emitting energy, 511 keV apart 180 degree, and this energy is detected by the PET detectors and eventually from the images. And FDG is a glucose analog. Simply it competes with the glucose in the body, and wherever there is an increase in the glucose metabolism, FDG activates there. So there are some normal structures where there are very high glucose uptakes. FDG will be going there. Apart from that, any pathology, especially in a tumor or in inflammation, in both cases, there will be higher uptake. So these are some normal areas like the brain, the heart, the kidneys, bladder, etc. And this is the hospital where I am working. That's called the Evercare Hospital, and this is the PET CT over there. So now come to my specific topic. What is multiple primary malignancy? Are defined as primary malignancies of different histological origins in one person. They may be limited to a single organ or involving two or more separate organs. Like we may have, suppose in a thyroid, we may have two cancers. One may be papillary, one may be follicular technically. There may be other organs involvement. So suppose one in the liver and one in the thyroid. Multiple primary cancers are again classified as synchronous and metachronous with the time duration apart, that's 6-month interval. And the load of the primary malignancies is steadily growing as the aging population of the first cancer survivors is gradually increasing. So this is an emerging problem. By the Gates criteria, to classify as the MPM, we have to fulfill 3 criteria. Each tumor should present a definite picture of malignancy. Each tumor should be histologically distinct, and possibility that one of the tumor is a metastasis of the other must be excluded. But the definitions have been changed over time, and the understanding what is it. There are 2 common definitions are currently used. One is the surveillance, epidemiology, and end result, that's a C project. Another is the International Cancer Registry. They have some slight differences. For example, in the cancer registry, suppose as for example, colon is regarded as one side, wherever in the colon, maybe in the ascending or descending, but in the C, it would be considered as 2 different entities, maybe one in the ascending or the descending. And the other difference is that with the time interval, 2 months in case of synchronous and metachronous. And these are the some data from the literature of incidence. And why there's the increasing frequency of this entity? Partially due to the improved diagnostic tests, we are detecting more, improved screening and surveillance, as well as intensification of the treatment, because treatment can cause cancer. And there are some other factors, including cancer predisposition syndrome, environmental exposures, as well as just I told the effect of the therapies. And what is the role of the PET-CT? A routine interpretation of FDG PET finding can identify incidental foci of hypermetabolism that are unlikely to be related to the known neoplasm. This is very interesting. We know there is certain pathology, but we can get some incidental finding. And we know that the hybrid imaging with the PET as well as the CT both together. Now there's almost all of the machines are the hybrid ones. Previously, it was the only PET. So it is very useful. And my present talk evaluates the role of FDG PET. This was a retrospective study for 1 year of the patients which we studied, and total 591 patients were scrutinized, and all were scrutinized for the biopsy-proven multiple primary malignancy, also the detailed past history of the patients studied to search for any malignancies in past. I'm not going to get into details. Those who are working with PET, they already know. Just we inject intravenously fluorine 18 FDG, then images are taken after 45 to 60 minutes. Sometimes there are dual point imaging after 2 to 3 hours. And the result is that among all these patients, 19 patients were found to have multiple primaries. Among the 19 cases, 6 had breast carcinoma, 2 had gastric, and colon as the first primary cancer. In one case, there were 3 primaries, and the second 2 were synchronous, developed after 11 years of primary. And the important thing is that all of these patients eventually need a modification of treatment and additional treatment due to the diagnosis of the other malignancies. And there's a table of our findings. You can see there is a very common pair of breast ovary, breast ovary, breast ovary, breast ovary. And why it is? Because we know that there is a hereditary breast ovarian cancer syndrome. So there is a very likely that if a person has a breast cancer, sometime she may develop ovarian cancer too. And there are the BRCA mutations. Now, I'm going to show you a few cases. This lady, a 52-year-old lady, had a right breast carcinoma 12 years back. She was treated, surgery, chemo, and radio. But later on, she developed a left ureteric growth, underwent biopsy, and had a nephrectomy, and found to have a left urolithial invasive carcinoma, which has nothing to relate it with the right breast carcinoma. 1 month later, PET-CT was done. We did not find any thing related with the breast area or in the renal area. There was absolutely nothing. But in the lung, we found a big focus, and eventually that was proved to have squamous cell carcinoma in the lung. So here is the PET image. You can see over there in the lung. This lesion is not looking like a typical METS. So we were suspicious, and we reported as it's a suspected malignancy. If I have an enlarged view, you can see there's a irregular spiculated shape in the left lung. And here you can see in the other fields, we don't find the kidney, left kidney, because it has been removed already. And with the immunohistochemistry marker, it was the squamous cell carcinoma of the lung origin. So this particular patient firstly had the tumor in the breast, then in the kidney, and then finally in the lung. All 3 different entities, unfortunately, very unfortunate case, and it has created quite a bit of problem with the treatment. Case 2, she had a right breast cancer, and on June, we did the PET-CT, metastatic focus in the liver, but we also had some abnormality of the activity in the uterine wall and the adnexal region. Histopathology showed that was a malignant neoplasm of the left adnexal mass. Eventually, it was proved to be a diffuse lymphoma. This here is in the liver, but that's in the pelvic cavity, in the uterus and the adnexal region, which was left adnexal mass. Again, this patient had a breast cancer with a, sorry. So she had axillary as well as the hilar nodes, but the main thing was that she had a multilobulated, a huge pelvic mass. And apart from that, there were multiple omental, peritoneal, and serosal soft tissue nodules all over the abdomen. This is the PET-CT finding. You can see this axilla and the hilar lymph nodes. This is not in the liver, actually, it's outside the liver in the serosa. And here is the pelvic region. You can see lots of activities, irregular. And here we can see that thing. So she had a very high CA125 level. Then the peritoneal deposits near the liver, those were studied for the histomorphology and the IHC features compatible with the metastatic carcinoma from the breast. And as there was very high CA level, dilation in the pelvic cavity, it showed the histomorphology and IHC were compatible to metastatic carcinoma of ovary and oil. So this patient simultaneously has metastasis from breast as well as from ovary. So two separate pattern of metastasis simultaneously in particular patient. How much time do we have, sir? 5 minutes, right? Okay. So this is a case of Hodgkin's lymphoma. He was treated, but then he developed recurrent vomiting, anorexia, weight loss. Endoscopy was tried but failed because the lumen was obstructed. PET-CT was done, and we found there was an esophageal wall thickening with a high FDG activity. That's the esophagus, and you can see that these are the other places in the liver metastasis. So it was proved to be CA esophagus. So from lymphoma, there's another lady. She had calf fever, shortness of breath in 2020, eventually developed COVID-19. CT-guided core biopsy was done after the COVID was relieved, showed the poorly differentiated adenocarcinoma of lung. And there was pleural thickening and other pathologies. Then another thing, while on 2020, during the PET-CT, we found there was a lesion over there in the anterior abdominal wall. In 2021, the further PET-CT showed activity in the adnexal region, which was shown as the metastatic carcinoma of the Mullerian duct of ovary. So in a particular patient, there may be multiple pattern of malignancies, unfortunately. So in conclusion, as a nuclear medicine physician and most of for the young aspiring nuclear medicine physician, the default mindset while undergoing PET-CTs for a known malignancy is such that any hypermetabolic neoplastic foci are supposed to be secondaries from the primary one. But this is not always the case. As I have mentioned, all of those sites may not be the metastasis from the first site. They may be separate malignancies, or they may be even metastasis from an unknown another primary. So, because eventually that will result in a total change in the treatment modality, and that's very important for us. So, and before ending, I'd like to show gratitude to my mentor, late Professor Kamaluddin Ahmed. He was the founder of nuclear medicine in Bangladesh. Actually, he joined in Karachi during Pakistani period. That time, there was no center in Dhaka. He worked in Karachi, and later, and another teacher, Professor Ahmed Karim, and also the participants and the distinguished audience in the session for listening patiently. And thank you all. This is the national flower, water lily from Bangladesh. Thank you, Amin. Any questions? If not.
Well, thank you for giving us such a nice presentation regarding your country, the history, the geography, and everything. But
I tried to summarize.
yeah. The cases that you've shown are very interesting, and I'd like to comment here that any nuclear physician who's interpreting PET-CT needs to know the common site of metastasis, because that's the only way you kind of, become alert that this site is unlikely for metastases, and it could be a possible second primary. For instance, we at INMOL, the institute that I work in, we are doing, besides FTG, gallium PSMA PET-CT for prostate cancer. And prostate, has a very typical pattern of spread. Our disease mostly involves the regional lymph nodes, the bones, and maybe the lungs. So several times we come across very unlikely sites like kidneys. And interestingly, PSMA is also supposed to be overexpressed in kidneys. So then we become alert to the fact that it could be a second primary. So you need to know the sites where the tumor is likely to spread, and at the same time, the unlikely sites. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Of course, anatomy is very.
I just have one question, like, did you come across in your experience where you diagnosed multiple primaries in one scan? Let's say the patient came in for the first scan and you were suspicious about two sites that could result in multiple in the person. Because most of the cases that you showed us, they had PET-CTs in different time points. So in one synchronous.
The first case I showed, she had a history of breast cancer 12 years back. So that's a forgotten chapter. We don't have anything. She is absolutely cured. And then she got that left renal cancer. But while we were doing the PET-CT, we found that the lesion in the lung. But technically, a person for routine checkup having two malignancies, no, I haven't this sort of experience. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Shazia Fatma, a very highly distinguished, very highly experienced nuclear medicine specialist with a lot of services for Pakistan and indeed internationally to this discipline. She obtained a medical degree from Fatma Jana Medical University and later on a master's in nuclear medicine from PIAS. Then she went on to do her FCPS in nuclear medicine. And after that, she has from the Asian Nuclear Medicine Board, the fellowship, and since joining the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission at the Nuclear Medicine Oncology and Radiotherapy Institute, popularly known as NURI in Islamabad. She served there 25 years in this particular institute. And in 2007 to 2022, I think she has been the head of that institute, and it's a major contribution that she has made in development of Nouri. And lately, since 2022, she's the director of the Karachi Institute of Radiotherapy and Nuclear Medicine, known as Kiran. She has a number of accolades to her career and to herself, and as an academician, as a mentor of students in the field, as a contributor to nuclear medicine journals, and a referee and an examiner in nuclear medicine. And so I welcome Rishadia Fatma to the title of her talk, Status of Nuclear Medicine in Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stan, for this elaborate introduction. I'm proud to be part of nuclear medicine fraternity of Pakistan, and if I start my presentation from the start. So what I was supposed to talk about was status of nuclear medicine in Pakistan. Since Dr. Rehan shared many of the pictures with me and Professor Al-Ghazal, unfortunately, I didn't have any, but I have this privilege of doing my fellowship in Singapore General Hospital with the current chairman of Bangladesh Atomic Energy Commission. So he was a fellow with me in Singapore General Hospital. So we were together for 6 months and had very good memories with many fellows from Bangladesh. So what I would be talking about is on similar lines, what you told, how Bangladesh evolved in nuclear medicine evolved in Bangladesh. Similarly, just to give a disclaimer that I have done for this presentation, the only one I have is that I'm a very passionate nuclear medicine physician, and I promote nuclear medicine at every forum I can. So this is the only disclaimer I have. My talk will be about nuclear medicine in Pakistan, its introduction, then the centers which evolved, the status of equipment, and education related to nuclear medicine in Pakistan. So what we had as a first nuclear medicine center was in 1960 in Atomic Energy Medical Center, which was called Radioisotope Center in Jinnah Post Medical Center in Karachi. And this was the first institute in Karachi. And after that, this was publicly owned, run by PAEC, the first public nuclear medicine center in Pakistan. And then in 1993, we had the first private center in Ziauddin Medical University in Karachi. So between 1960 and 1993, between the public and private evolution of nuclear medicine, we had many centers springing up with the help of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission in various parts of country. And till this date, we have 20 centers which are run by Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. Last one was inaugurated in Narowal, And before that, we had a full-fledged nuclear medicine and radiotherapy facility in northern part of Pakistan, which is Gilgit. And we have one more coming in Kashmir, which is called Kainur. And that will be inaugurated probably in last part of this year or probably the first quarter of 2024. So when we talk about nuclear medicine in Pakistan, we have total 51 nuclear medicine centers in private and public sector. In PAC, we have 21 centers, other publicly owned nuclear medicine center are 18, and there are 12 private nuclear medicine facilities all over the country. Out of these, there are 12 centers which are doing PET imaging. There are 9 cyclotron throughout the country. Cardiology is dedicatedly done in 9 centers. There are 15 SPECT CT and 58 SPECTs throughout these centers. If we talk about what should be the ratio of SPECT scanner per million, and if we see what we have internationally, this is a slide, this is a paper published in Lancet, and they showed that Pakistan is somewhere between 0 to 2.5 scanners per million of the population. And we are at the bottom of what we compare in the world. And there are this whole region is lying in between this number for the population, because mainly the reason is that we have population explosion in this region. That is why we can say this, because if we compare it to Europe, for 5 million population, they have so many cameras, so many pets in one city. And when we compare what we have in one city of Pakistan, the population is maybe 4 times, and the scanners are about 1/3 of what we have in small city of Europe. So it is not the standard which should be actually, we should be somewhere between 5 to 7.5 scanners per million SPECT scanners, but we are at 2.5 scanners at this time. Talking about molecular imaging in Pakistan started in 2009. First public and private sector PET CT was started in city of Lahore, just within the difference of 2-3 months. And these are the center, the public center for PET CT, I think it was the only center for many, many years. And now we are starting to have a few more publicly owned PET CT center in the country. But the growth of PET CT was more in public sector initially. So currently we have 12 centers throughout the country, and 5-6 out of them are in the city of Karachi, 3 in Lahore, 1 in Rawalpindi. Second one is going to be inaugurated in few weeks' time in Nuri. And then we have 1 in Faisalabad and 1 is coming in Multan. So that is the total overall picture about the PET CT in Pakistan. And when we again go to that paper and see what is the status in actually status in Pakistan, it is again between 0 to 1 scanner per million of population, which is again at the bottom of what the data is showing. So probably this is so much investment that we cannot say that we should go into something between 2 to 3 scanners per million, because this is a big investment, and we hope that we can go to 1 or 2 scanner per million in coming years. talking about the theranostic facility. Theranostic is for the people who are not, they do not have nuclear medicine background. It is diagnosis and treatment. Radioisotopes or radiopharmaceutical are used for the diagnosis, and the same thing is again labeled with another radioisotope, and treatment is given with that radioisotope. It is called theranostic. It is basically treatment of various cancers. So first theranostic lab of Pakistan was started in 2017. And that center in Mole in Lahore has already given 500 doses of PRRT, which is peptide receptor therapy, and then lutetium PSMA therapy in prostate cancer patient, yttrium-90 Therasphere, and also actinium-225 PSMA therapy for prostate cancer patients. There are two more centers, one is Noori, another is Irnam, which are giving therapy at this time. My center is going to do the first therapy in 2 days' time. So we will be the fourth center in Pakistan offering theranostic services. The biggest step or biggest change we are going to have in future is that at this time we are only having theranostic lutetium doses or actinium from they are from Germany or somewhere else. We are importing it, but our radio isotope production division, I saw Dr. Nadeem, I hope he's here. So he's working on production of lutetium-177, and we have already given 6 or 7 doses of lutetium dotatate, locally made lutetium dotatate to patient, and that will be a real breakthrough and milestone in the theranostic because the cost at this time we are having per therapy is around 13 to 14 lakh per patient. But when we have our own indigenously produced lutetium-177, the cost will drastically reduce. Not only that, in addition to that, we are, Dr. Nadeem and his group is also producing PSMA kits locally, dotatate kits locally, and that is actually going to change the theranostic setup in Pakistan. And probably this is because PET is an investment, you need to have equipment. But for theranostic, any center which have patient with the appropriate imaging can do theranostic, even if it is located at far-flung area of Pakistan. So theranostic is actually the space where the nuclear medicine is growing and will grow tremendously. If we talk about how our centers are at which level of WHO criteria, so the WHO healthcare level criteria 2 is where we should have SPECT-CT or CT or mammography, ultrasound, radiography. So 47 of our centers out of 51, they are WHO care level 2. And WHO care level 3, which says that centers should have MRI, positron emission tomography, and theranostics. Not all of them, but 12 centers, they have PET. And then 3 centers currently have theranostic as well, and all 3 of them have PET facility as well. So if we see what is happening globally for nuclear physician, Pakistan has again is yellow, and we have between 0.1 to 5 nuclear physicians per million of population. Developed or developing countries, they have between 5 to 10 or more than 10 nuclear physicians per million of population. So we are lagging behind in that, but the whole of our region and African region and part of Latin American countries, they are still in that phase where there are only 0.1 to 5 nuclear physicians per million of population. Talking about how many nuclear physicians we have currently not working exactly. Many of them have gone to different other countries. But what we have is about 200 nuclear medicine physicians who have done 2 years master, and 52 are FCPS holder, which is a 4 years degree program. So I will talk in detail about these degrees when we go to the nuclear medicine education. MD nuclear medicine, which is again a 4 years degree program, there are only 3 MDs so far, but our Pakistan Institute of Engineering and Applied Sciences, they are starting their MD program, and I hope we will be having more MDs in near future. So from where we get our radiopharmaceuticals and radioisotope, this is a place called Pinstech. Many of you will know that Pakistan Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology, and they started producing radiopharmaceutical for different scans in 1987. The radioisotopes are produced even before that, and we had iodine-131 since 1980. In radiopharmaceutical, we have all sorts of kits like bone, renal, cardiac, and then technetium generator as well, which I'm forgetting, but all of them are indigenously produced and used. All of our centers and most of our private centers, they are using radioisotopes, radiopharmaceutical and generator produced at Pinstech. So Pinstech is currently giving us iodine-131, P32. They used to give us samarium-153, but currently we don't have it. Probably in near future we will. And lutetium-177, they have just started, and hopefully we will have more of these treatment isotopes. Along for the kits, currently they are working on technetium PSMA, which we have used, and we have a national project on that. And along with that, they have produced a kit for therapy in PRRT and PSMA, and also they are working on PAPI kits as well. So as far as education in nuclear medicine is concerned, we can talk about 3 centers. One is College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan, which is having FCPS program, then PIAS, which is producing 2 years MD, MS program, and then Ziauddin University, which have 4 years MD program at this time. So MS program of PIAS, it started in 1988, and so far they have produced 204 MS fellows, and they are working in different hospitals of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. They are also working in private centers, and some of them have left Atomic Energy Commission and joined many other centers outside Pakistan. PIAS is also going to have started, their PhD was recognized just this week, and probably they will have PhD fellows in near future. So far, Pakistan has 8 PhDs in nuclear medicine, but all of them, I think 2 of them are from PIAS. Dr. Ambareen can 2. And rest are PhDs from Japan and Germany and different other countries. So PIAS is playing actually a pivotal role in education of nuclear medicine physician in Pakistan. Then I come to College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan. The College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan has a 4 years degree program, and these are 4 comprehensive year with basics of nuclear medicine, physics, radiopharmacy, and then clinical nuclear medicine. They have training in radiology as well, radiology, pathology, cardiology. They are attached over there, and after 4 years, there is an exit exam, and they are called Fellows of College of Physicians and Surgeons of Pakistan, which is FCPS. And so far, we have 52 fellows of this college, this program. Then Ziauddin University has MD program, which is 4 years MD program, and we have 3 fellows of MD program. About the nuclear medicine technologists or technicians which work with our machines, we have diploma in nuclear medicine technology, which is 2 years program, and this 2 years diploma is being done in one of our hospital in Faisalabad. And then we have MIT 4 years program, which is medical imaging technology. This is the DS program, and many universities, they are doing this 4 years program. Many of our technologists, new technologists, previously we didn't have any degree, and they were all science graduates and then hands-on training, but now we have properly trained technologists working with us. As far as radiopharmacy is concerned, we don't have a radiopharmacy degree. It's a basic pharmacy degree, and they are employed in nuclear medicine setups, and then they have hands-on experience of radiopharmacy. There are few people who have done MPhil in radiopharmacy exactly, and then there are a few which have done PhD in radiopharmacy. Other than that, there is only one fellow who has done nuclear pharmacy specialty certification of American board. So radiopharmacy is not that organized education-wise. Mostly what radiopharmacists working with this have hands-on training. They don't have any formal radiopharmacy degree. So for regulatory status, okay. For we have Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and we have regulations which are being under which we are running our nuclear medicine departments. If we go for research activity, if we go to PubMed and just give Nuclear Medicine Pakistan, you will see we have publication in journals, then have book chapters, then have research activities with IAEA and many international organizations. Coming to PSNM, it was formed in 1994, and with the objective of advancement of research in clinical nuclear medicine. We have 8 elected council, have 283 members, and so far we have 7 conferences. And this is our current council. And then these are the previous councils. The PSNM growth is between liaison with different international societies. Then national and international meetings. We have our own journal, which is called Pakistan Journal of Nuclear Medicine, which is indexed in so many of these indexing bodies. And our vision is to have international conferences, symposia, mentoring program, and educational sponsorship for our members. And this is the the poster of our conference, which is international conference, which is going to happen from 20 to 22nd November in PC Rawalpindi in 20 to 27 October. And you all are very welcome to join us in this conference. Thank you so much.
We have time for only one question. So if there's any question, we can accommodate one question.
I have a comment of question. As far as I remember, from nuclear medicine, establishing nuclear medicine in Pakistan was decided in 1955 by the government, but the work started in 1958.
But
and eventually, the Karachi was the first center in 1960, and Dhaka the second one in 1962. So the planning started in 1955.
so you have history. We have actually shared history, so that's how, but the first center was 1960 in Karachi. And this center is still working and it has shifted to a newer and a bigger building.
Okay, thank you very much for a very insightful, detailed presentation on Pakistan's nuclear medicine background. With that, we come to the end of this first technical session, and we will now disperse for lunch, and we will reconvene exactly at 2 o'clock. So please make sure that you are here, and we will try to start on time. Thank you very much. We are now going to start this second technical session. I request Professor Rehan Hussain to chair this session and to conduct the proceedings accordingly.
Thank you, Professor Hasnain. Now we are going to have our second session. This one will be a pure scientific session. I hope everyone after lunch, you are ready to get disembarked with some nuclear medicine recent developments. So the first presenter in the session is from Turkey, Professor Dr. İsmet Sarıkaya. Unfortunately, she is not available here, but we have a recorded version and that will be played on. She is a nuclear medicine specialist, graduated from Ankara University, Faculty of Medicine. She did her nuclear medicine residencies at University of Maryland in Baltimore, USA, and Uludağ University in Turkey. She also did a PhD and nuclear oncology fellowship at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York. She worked at various universities in USA, Turkey, and Kuwait. Currently, she works at Kirkcaldy University in Turkey. So please we have Dr. İsmet Sarıkaya, please.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarıkaya from Turkey. Today I'm going to talk about biology of development and metastatic spread of cancer with PET images. Here's some information about myself. In 2020, approximately 18 million new cancer cases were diagnosed and 10 million people died of cancer worldwide. Three most common cancers, new cancers in men were lung, prostate, and colorectal. In women, breast, colorectal, and lung. Each year, approximately 400,000 children are diagnosed with cancer. In this presentation, I am going to talk in two sections. One is biology of development of cancer, and the other is biology of metastatic spread of cancer with PET images. Development and spread of cancer is a multi-step and complex process involving a number of alterations, interactions, and molecular networks. Normal cell cycle has multiple phases. G0 is the resting phase. G1, S, and G2 are the interphases. In G1, there is increase in size of the cell. In S phase, cell copies its DNA. In G2 phase, cell prepares to divide. In the M phase, cell divides. The cell cycle is controlled at checkpoints at interphase and mitosis. P53 is one of the main control proteins that suppresses cell cycle progression in DNA damaged cells and also aid DNA repair. Carcinogenesis is the development of cancer cells from a normal cell. Neoplasms are derived from a single clone of the cells growing in an uncoordinated manner. In cancer cells, there are genetic alterations to overcome the regulated cell growth. In most malignancies, G1S checkpoint is involved. Acquired mutations are the most common cause of cancer induced by such as tobacco use, radiation, viruses, chemicals, chronic inflammation, aging, environment. Germline mutations are the cause in about 5 to 20% of malignancies. Carcinogenic process involves alteration or mutation in cancer genes, such as activation of oncogenes, inactivation of tumor suppressors, evasion of apoptosis genes, and defects in DNA repair genes. In up to 60% of cancers, there is mutation in the p53 gene. In 30% of the cancers, there is mutation in the RAS-RAF-MEK ERK pathway. The basic biologic characteristics and hallmarks of cancer cells includes ability to generate mitogenic signals, evasion or resistance of tumor killing, resistance of growth suppression, genetic instability, evasion of apoptosis, acquisition of unregulated sustained proliferation, immortality, angiogenesis, altered metabolism, inflammation, tumor heterogeneity, tissue invasion, and metastasis. In 2023, there are some changes and more characteristics. But the most definite hallmark of cancer is the subset of neoplastic cells that escape through the basement membrane and penetrate into the stroma. There are also other remodeling in cellular junctions, interaction between the cells and extracellular matrix through the cell adhesion molecules, focal adhesions, and other substances are involved in various steps of cancer progression, cell motility, and migration. After cancer cells escape the basement membrane, tumor invades or penetrates into the surrounding tissues and metastasizes to the distant organs. Various promoter genes, degradative enzymes produced by the tumor or tumor associated cells are implicated in invasion and metastasis. In addition to angiogenesis, lymph angiogenesis also occurs in the primary and metastatic tumor. Here, PET images showing development of cancer. PET images are taken for a patient with breast cancer. In 2016, in head and neck region, there is no abnormal uptake. In 2017, there is some mild focal uptake in the left parotid medially. In 2020, there is focal prominent uptake in the left parotid, suspicious for tumor. Biopsy showed mucoepithelial cancer. So in 2016, we don't see any abnormal uptake, maybe because either the tumor is absent, not developed yet, or tumor foci are small, microscopic. Here, two cases showing macroscopic invasion of the tumor to the surrounding tissues. In image A, there is a breast cancer invading the skin, nipple, pectoralis muscle, areola, and you can see on the CT image there is loss of the fat plane. In the image B, there is hypermetabolic lung cancer invading the aortic wall. Modes of metastatic spread of cancer includes spread through lymphatic system, vascular system, coelomic cavities, lymphangitic carcinomatosis, tumor embolism, tumor thrombus, through canaliculi, leptomeningeal carcinomatosis, perineural tumor invasion, and perineural tumor spread. Metastasis through lymphatic system. Cancer cells can directly enter the lymphatic vessels and migrate to the sentinel lymph node. Cancer cells can also invade lymphatic vessels by sensing the chemokines produced by the lymphatic endothelial cells, chemoattraction. Tumor cells and the other cells in the tumor microenvironment produce growth factors that can promote peritumoral new lymphatic vessels, lymphangiogenesis. Cancer cells can also escape the tumor-draining lymph node through the efferent lymphatic vessels or invade the blood vessels in the lymph node and further spread to the other lymph nodes and distant organs. Lymph node is filled with immune cells, but its microenvironment is immunosuppressive. Immunosuppression is believed to occur before metastasis, and the pre-metastatic niche emerges before cancer cells arrive. Here is a case showing early metastasis in the sentinel lymph node. This is from my article published in 2019. In this retrospective study, I compared sentinel lymph node SPECT-CT to FDG PET-CT in early breast cancer cases. I first identified the sentinel lymph node on the SPECT-CT and then found the same lymph node on the FDG PET-CT and checked if there is abnormal uptake there. So in this case, I see some mild uptake in the sentinel lymph node. Biopsy is showing metastasis. Also on the other side, there is a axillary lymph node metastasis, in this case with bilateral invasive lobular breast cancer. Here another two cases showing multiple lymph node metastasis. One is breast cancer. You can see in all levels there is lymph node involvement metastasis, and in the other cases lung cancer, there is bilateral, mediastinal and cervical lymph node metastasis. Here in this case, this could be tumor cells in the lymphatic channels. On the CT image, you can see this linear channel-like structure. This could be lymphatic channel. And on the FDG PET, you see some mild FDG activity on the top image. In the image B, there's also another linear channel, lymphatic channel-like structure. So these are suspicious for tumor foci in the lymphatic channels. The other mode of metastatic spread is through vascular system. The metastatic cascade of hematogenous metastasis include development of a metastatic cell, establishment of a pre-metastatic niche, motility and invasion, intravasation, dissemination and transport, cellular arrest, vascular adhesion, extravasation, and colonization in the new microenvironment. During intravascular travel, some tumor cells evade the immune attacks. Either they downregulate their antigens and secrete some substances, but some of the cancer cells are killed by natural killer cells or hemodynamic shear forces. Platelets coats the cancer cells and helps them gain physical and immune protection. Neutrophils can also protect the cancer cells from natural killer cells. Metastasis associated macrophages help the tumor cells to leave the vessel and locate in the new microenvironment. Before leaving the tumor, cancer cells communicate with the other parts of the body through soluble factors to establish a pre-metastatic niche. Stem cells are mobilized and they arrive in the secondary microenvironment and prepare it before the arrival of the cancer cells. Colonized cancer cells in the new microenvironment do not always grow as soon as they seed in the new soil. They can stay dormant, silent, and become detectable in months to years. It is called reawakening. Initially, the metastatic tumor receives the blood from the vessels in the new soil, or they make tubes connections, anastomosis with the existing vessels, but later it induces angiogenesis. Certain cancers prefer certain tissues for metastasis. So this is called organ tropism. Disseminated cancer cells, seeds, they reach a microenvironment. So this is the new soil and proliferate there. But they prefer certain organs. This is called like bone tropism, liver tropism, lung tropism. Organ tropism is regulated by multiple factors, such as interaction between tumor cells and the host microenvironment, circulation pattern, tumor interesting factors, and organ-specific niches. Liver, lung, bone, brain are the most common sites of distant metastasis through vascular system. Here you can see FDG PET images showing multiple organ metastasis in different cases. First image in breast cancer showing multiple bone metastasis and liver metastasis. Second case, another breast cancer with poorly differentiated neuroendocrine tumor with multiple lung and liver metastasis. Image C is the colon cancer in the splenic flexure with a large metastasis in the liver. Image D, lung cancer with metastasis in the brain. Here, this slide is showing multiple metastasis with other radiotracers than FDG. The first image is somatostatin receptor imaging, showing small bowel carcinoid metastasis. Other images, PSMA PET, is showing multiple metastasis, particularly in the bone and in the pelvis. Other images, F-DOPA image in a case with well-differentiated net and metastasis in the abdomen and in the liver. The other image is FAPI-PET showing lung cancer and its metastasis. And the other image is FES-PET, estrogen receptor imaging, in a case with breast cancer, invasive lobular carcinoma showing multiple metastases, particularly in the bones. Liver metastasis. Liver is common site for metastasis for the breast, lung, and the GI malignancies. Hepatocytes directly interact with the tumor cells to promote liver metastasis and promote the formation of prometastatic niche via secretion of various substances. Hepatic stellata and Kupffer cells are also involved in inducing or facilitating the liver metastasis. This image is showing liver metastasis of various types of liver metastasis from various cancers. In the first image, you see just a single liver metastasis. In the second image, multiple foci. In the third image, there is a large focus with central necrosis. In the image D, there is a diffuse infiltration of the liver. Lung metastasis. Lung is common site of metastasis from the breast, melanoma, and thyroid malignancies. Tumor-derived factors help tumor cell extravasation to the lung parenchyma. Neutrophils, chemokines, alveolar macrophages, and fibroblasts are involved in facilitating the lung metastasis. This FDG PET is showing multiple bilateral lung and also liver metastasis. Brain metastasis. Brain is a common metastatic site for lung, breast, and melanoma. Tumor cells produce certain substances to overcome the defense by the blood-brain barrier. Astrocytes secrete many factors such as interleukin-6, TGF-beta, and IGF-3 to induce the growth of brain metastasis. Here is a case with a 3 months interval. In the first top image, you see some faint, mild focus in the tail of the right putamen, and 3 months later, patient is untreated and the tumor became metastatic focus enlarged and became more prominent. Bone metastasis. Bone is one of the most common site of metastasis, particularly for breast and prostate cancer. Multiple myeloma also involves the bone. Multiple factors and expression of certain genes contribute to the homing of tumor cells to the bone. The selection of bone microenvironment may drive the development of osteomimicry. That means metastatic cancer cells may evolve to resemble the bone cells. There are 3 types of bone metastasis: osteolytic, osteoblastic, and mixed. In osteoblastic metastasis, there is formation of new bone, which is immature and poor quality. Tumor cells secrete factors inducing osteoblastic proliferation and differentiation, such as growth factors. In prostate cancer, prostate-specific antigen and other substances also modify the bone microenvironment for metastasis. In osteolytic metastasis, the bone remodeling process is imbalanced. Ephrin B2 and APH-B4 expression is downregulated. There is increased osteoclastic bone resorption, and tumor cells produce osteoblast inhibitor factors. Multiple myeloma lesions are also osteolytic. Myeloma cells produce growth factors that stimulate the growth of bone marrow stromal cells, and this in turn produce osteoclast activating factors such as interleukin 6, MCSF, tumor necrosis factor alpha, and rankle. This is showing histopathology of bone metastasis. In A, osteoblastic metastasis, green areas are the new bone formation, and the white areas are the cells. In figure 1b, you see more cellular density and less bone. So white areas are the cells, green areas are the bone. Here, this image is showing enough bone PET CT, also plastic mets. On the CT, you see diffuse osteosclerotic lesions throughout the axial skeleton spine, and on the NAF, you see increased activity in these osteosclerotic regions. In this figure, you see osteolytic bone metastasis. In figure A, there is not much or little changes on the CT, some little lytic changes, but on the PET, FDG PET, there are multiple foci of increased hypermetabolic activity. In image B, there is more destruction in the bone, and there is also increased FDG uptake, but in the destruction site, you can see uptake is little less than the other side. This could be due to necrosis. Here is a nice case of multiple myeloma lesion on FDG PET CT. On the CT, you can see intramedullary lesion invading the bone cortex, causing lytic lesion. On the FDG PET, you see hypermetabolic activity in this lesion. Here, mixed lytic and sclerotic bone metastasis. In the left posterior iliac, you see the sclerotic lesion on CT, and on NAF, there is increased uptake there. On FDG PET, in the anterior left iliac, there is increased FDG accumulation, but no or little changes, lytic changes on CT. So FDG is more sensitive than bone scan in detecting osteolytic metastasis because there is higher cellular density in these lesions than osteoblastic metastasis. Also, tumors causing lytic bone metastasis are more aggressive tumors, such as breast invasive ductal or non-small cell lung cancers, than tumors causing osteoblastic metastasis, such as prostate cancer. FDG in these tumors localizes both in the bone and also bone marrow components of the tumor. Bone scan is better for, as we know, for the osteoblastic metastasis because there is new bone formation in this metastasis. The other type of metastasis is metastasis through coelomic cavities. One is peritoneal spread of the tumor, peritoneal carcinomatosis. This could occur due to direct rupture of the tumor into the peritoneal cavity, or intraperitoneal seeding from the ascites, or hematogenous or lymphatic spread of the tumor, depending on the primary tumor type. Intraperitoneal seeding most commonly occurs in the GI and ovarian tumors, malignancies. During surgery or biopsy also, secondary seeding may occur. Tumor cells attach to the mesothelial lining of the peritoneum and invade the submesothelial connective tissues. Tumor cells initially grow focally in the gravity-dependent recesses in regions of stasis, pouches, paracolic gutters, the umbilicus, and the subdiaphragmatic spaces, but eventually it diffusely involves both the visceral and the pleural peritoneum. Peritoneal carcinomatosis is usually associated with ascites. Here you can see two cases of peritoneal carcinomatosis. In the top case, there is a thickening in the peritoneum anteriorly with diffuse increased uptake, peritoneal caking. And in the second case, mild anterior uptake diffuse in the abdomen with ascites. Pleural spread of the tumor, pleural carcinomatosis, can develop as a direct extension of the nearby cancer into the pleural space or through blood or lymphatic spread. Pleural tumor, pleural spread is usually seen with the malignant pleural effusion. Here you can see a case with diffuse pleural involvement with primary unknown tumor. This is the other way is pericardial spread of the tumor. This can occur via blood vessels or lymphatic vessels, or local extension or transvenous route by various tumors. Here a case with squamous cell cancer unknown origin with multiple foci of pericardial metastasis and with thickening on the CT. Krukenberg tumor is a rare metastatic signet cell tumor of the ovary. Primary tumor in most cases is in the stomach, colon, appendix, and breast, particularly invasive lobular carcinoma. The mechanism could be via lymphatic vessels, blood vessels, or transthalamic pathways. Here a case with uptake in the bilateral ovaries and also in the cecum. So biopsy showed metastasis in the ovaries from cecum. Lymphangitic carcinomatosis is the diffuse infiltration and obstruction of parenchymal lymphatic channels by cancer cells with inflammation. The most common location is in the lungs, but it can be seen anywhere in other organs too. It is usually seen with breast, lung, stomach, pancreas, ovarian, cervical cancers. The mechanism is not well understood. It could be from various reasons like retrograde tumor spread, anterograde movement of the tumor cells, hematogenous spread, or via tumor embolism. Here in the histopathologically, cancer cells are located within or around the lymphatics in the interstitium with edema and desmoplastic reaction. Here a case with primary lymphangitic carcinomatosis. On the CT you can see widespread thickening of interlobular septa, and on gallium 68 PSMA PET image you can see diffuse uptake in both lungs. The other spread is tumor embolism. It can occur when cancer cells from solid tumors enter the circulation as individual cells or clusters of cells and lodge in the various sides of arteries, or it could happen due to fragmentation from the intravascular tumor thrombus. Common site of tumor emboli is aortic bifurcation, femoral, cerebral, pulmonary, renal, or splenic arteries. Within the artery, a tumor embolus may resolve, remain latent, or progress. Tumor emboli is more commonly seen with breast, lung, colon, stomach, kidney, ovarian, liver cancers. Tumor thrombus is the extension of tumor into the vessel, mainly a vein. Tumor thrombus is most commonly seen with renal cell cancer, adrenocortical cancer, hepatocellular cancer, and Williams tumor. Here is a case with massive tumor emboli, pulmonary tumor emboli, and intravascular tumor thrombus in a case with renal cell carcinoma. In this case, there is FDG uptake in the left kidney tumor and also linear uptake in the tumor thrombus in the left renal vein and intradiaphragmatic inferior vena cava and left ovarian vein. There are also multiple foci of uptake tumor emboli in the pulmonary arteries on the right and on both sides, and also tumor embolus in the right atrial cavity. The other way spread is tumor spread through canaliculi. Tumor can spread through canaliculi such as the bile mammary, nasolacrimal ducts, urinary tract, and the airways. Cancer cells can also migrate along the basal side of the endothelial cells without entering the lumen. Here is a case which may be showing a tumor spread via mammary duct in breast cancer. You can see this linear structure on image A on CT, and also on the FDG PET you can see mild diffuse uptake in there. So it may show tumor foci spreading via mammary duct. So linear uptake if there is uptake through the canaliculi ducts. Here a case with peribiliary extension of tumor in cholangiocarcinoma on the MR and on the PET, FDG PET, you can see the linear uptake, peribiliary. The other way of spread is the leptomeningeal carcinomatosis. It is the infiltration of cancer cells in the meningeal space surrounding the brain and the spinal cord. Cancer cells can reach the meningeal space by through blood vessels or direct extension or drop metastasis from the metastatic or primary brain tumors. And then they are disseminated by the cerebrospinal fluid into the meningeal space. More commonly seen with breast cancer, lung cancer, and melanomas. It can also, leptomeningeal carcinomatosis also can involve cranial nerves. Metastases to the cerebral ventricles are rare, but it could be caused by intracranial or extracranial tumors. Here is a case showing drop metastasis in the spinal canal. FDG PET-CT is showing the pituitary tumor with focal uptake in the brain. And on the sagittal slice, you see foci of uptake in the lumbar region in the spinal canal. So this is drop metastasis from the pituitary tumor into the spinal canal. But here you have to be careful. You can see physiological uptake in the gray matter of the spinal cord, particularly in its thicker parts in the cervical and the lumbar region. The other way of tumor spread is the perineural tumor growth. It can be, if it is microscopic, it is called perineural tumor invasion. So it's a microscopic finding of local infiltration of the nerves near the tumor. The other is perineural tumor spread. It's a macroscopic extension of the tumor along the nerve sheath. Studies have shown that perineural tumor growth is a molecularly mediated process, and also supportive cells within the peripheral nerves interact with the cancer to promote invasion and dissemination of cancer cells along the nerves. Perineural tumor growth is more commonly seen with head and neck cancers, particularly facial, mandibular, and maxillary. It can also occur with various other cancers such as pancreas, prostate, colon, and rectum. And MRI is the gold standard in detecting perineural tumor spread. Here is a case showing FDG PET-MR showing perineural tumor spread, linear FDG uptake and contrast enhancement along the V3 mandibular nerve, showing a perineural tumor spread. So this was my last case. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ismat Sarakia. But actually, as she is not here, we cannot thank her in person, but the organizer will send her congratulatory remarks for this wonderful lecture. And we can't have even the question and answer session because the presenter is not here. So we move on to the next lecture. And it will be delivered by Dr. Arzu Fatima Salim, and she is the head nuclear medicine and molecular imaging Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Oncology, Lahore, INMO. And she has a vast experience in her field, including general nuclear medicine, PET-CT, and theranostics. And she is collaborating with the International Atomic Energy Agency as a principal investigator in research project based upon arterial PET in patients with myocardial infarction. She has also a number of compilations to her credit, including Nuclear Medicine Protocol Manual, lecture notes on management of DTC, that's differentiated thyroid carcinoma, PET-CT Atlas for Oncology, and she has played a pivotal role in the formulation of the theranostics team, a theranostics board, and all necessary documentation and practical steps involved in the successful implementation of this program. Today, she will be talking about PSMA theranostics, what we have at hand. So, Dr. Arzu Fatima, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for a nice introduction, and it's kind of heartening to see because, I was expecting very few people to stay back after lunch, but I can see that almost like half of the seats have been filled. So let me first thank Dr. Khurshid Hassan for inviting me to this prestigious event. And it's been very well organized and very well attended. And I believe for most of us who are here, this is the first time that we are visiting the Comstech Secretariat. And I think for all of us, it's been a very pleasant experience. You have a very beautiful facility here, including this auditorium. So the topic for today given to me is PSMA theranostics, what we have at hand. What we have at hand is actually a unique opportunity for targeted radionuclide therapy for advanced prostate cancer through the use of both beta and alpha particles. Some clinical trials have been completed and have shown the remarkable efficacy and safety profile of these radionuclides. Many more trials are still in progress. So this will be the layout of my talk. I'll briefly skim through radiation and theranostics, theranostic guidelines, clinical trials, future perspectives, theranostics program at INMOL, and finally, a few cases from INMOL archive. So what is theranostics? Well, it's the concept of combining diagnosis with therapy. It has existed since the 1940s through the use of iodine for the treatment of thyroid diseases, but it was not up till 2002 that the term theranostics was created to describe the process. A bit of radiation physics for, I believe, better understanding. Radiation is a form of energy that can travel through space in the form of wave or as fast-moving particles. Radiation can be categorized as ionizing and non-ionizing. Non-ionizing radiation includes radio waves, microwaves, infrared rays, etc. In theranostics, however, we are interested in ionizing radiation, which includes X-rays, gamma rays, alpha, and beta particles. Gamma rays are primarily used in diagnostic imaging. They can travel up to several meters, and they can be stopped by lead and concrete. Beta particles are the ones that are mainly used in therapy. They can travel from 2 millimeters to 1 centimeter in soft tissues, depending upon their energy. Consequently, high energy particles are used to treat large tumors and low energy ones for smaller ones. Alpha particles are also used in therapy, and they're highly energetic, but because of their weight and their charge, they travel less than 1 millimeter in soft tissues. Consequently, they are used to treat very small tumors, which require very concentrated doses. So these are the physical characteristics of all the commonly used radionuclides. That's Tritium-90, Lutetium-177, Terbium-161, Actinium-225, and Bismuth-213. Now, let's have a look at the theranostics pair that have been in use. Technetium-99M and iodine-131 is the one you're all familiar with. It has been in use for more than 50 years for the diagnosis and treatment of thyroid disorders. Let's come to the second pair, that is gallium-68 and lutetium-177. Gallium-68 is used for diagnosis, and lutetium-177 for therapy of prostate cancer and neuroendocrine tumors. Well, how does the pair work? Both agents, that is gallium and lutetium, use the same molecular tracer that localizes in the body in exactly the same way for both imaging as well as therapy purposes. Like mentioned earlier, diagnosis uses gallium-68 as the radionuclide, and for therapy, we use lutetium-177. The molecular tracer, the vector, or the carrier is the PSMA peptide. And what is the target? Well, that is the PSMA receptor that is overexpressed in more than 95% of the prostate cancer cells. Now, this diagram will make the rationale for the study or therapy quite clear. Lutetium-177 complex binds to the PSMA receptors that are present on the cell membrane. The complex is then internalized. Once inside the cell, lutetium emits beta particles, which cause DNA damage, resulting in cell death. So, coming to PSMA theranostics in prostate cancer, I'll be focusing upon lutetium-177. Prostate cancer, as we all know, remains one of the main causes of cancer-related death among men worldwide. Most patients present with localized or indolent disease, but a significant proportion progress to advanced metastatic disease for which no curative treatment exists. Fortunately, lutetium PSMA therapy has come out to be a viable therapeutic option in men with metastatic castrate-resistant prostate cancer. Now, this therapy has been in use for quite some time, but the FDA seal of approval was granted this very year on March 23rd, 2023. Now, each year, the Society of Nuclear Medicine chooses an image that exemplifies the most promising advances in the field. In the 2015 annual meeting, this image by the German researchers was selected as the image of the year. It is depicting the theranostic drug PSMA-617 that unites imaging and therapy for prostate cancer. Now, the pre-therapy image, which is the one on the left, as you can see, is showing multiple sites of metastasis. And the image, which is on the right, is the post-therapy image. And you can see that there's complete resolution of all the lesions following lutetium therapy. Now, these are another striking sets of images from a study that was published in the Journal of Nuclear Medicine in 2018. And these are images from 6 different patients, gallium PSMA PET-CT. As you can see that each set has 2 images, one baseline and one follow-up after 3 months of lutetium therapy. The red part is the lesions. And as far as the cancer response is concerned, you can see that the images speak for themselves. Now, this is the roadmap for lutetium PSMA radioligand therapy. What is it basically? These are the joint ELM-SNM guidelines for this therapy that were published in May 2023 in the European Journal of Nuclear Medicine and Molecular Imaging. These are the previous guidelines published in November 2019. So what is castrate-resistant prostate cancer? Well, in layman terms, it is the cancer in which the cancer growth can no longer be stopped with hormone therapy. But actually, it is cancer that continues to grow even when the testosterone levels are at or below the castrate level. It may present as radiological or biochemical progression. Now, the current definition of castrate-resistant prostate cancer, according to the Prostate Cancer Working Group 2, incorporates the conventional imaging modalities like CT and bone scan, and the testosterone levels should be less than 50. This is the proposed definition for castrate-resistant prostate cancer, and it is now incorporating the gallium PSMA PET-CT, and the testosterone cutoff has been reduced to less than 40 nanograms per ml. So what are the indications for lutetium PSMA radioligand therapy according to the latest guideline? Well, there are three major indications. Now, this slide is very important. And those of you who are interested in lutetium theranostics, kindly look at it carefully. The blue part is the same in all the three indications. That is, patients with PSMA positive, metastatic castrate-resistant prostate cancer, who have progressed under at least one novel androgen axis drug, that is enzalutamide or abiraterone. In the first indications, they have had at least one taxane-based chemotherapy, but are unfit for or refuse a second taxane-based chemotherapy. Now, this indication is based upon the results of the VISION trial, which is the historic landmark trial that culminated in FDA approval of this therapy. Coming to the second indication, the blue part is the same. Plus, these are the patients who have received docetaxel and are possible candidates to receive cabazitaxel. Now, this indication is based upon the results of the therapy trial. The third indication, again, the blue part same, and these are the patients who are taxane naive. That is, they have had no chemotherapy. And the results are based upon the results of the PSMA-4 trial. Currently, there are quite a few ongoing trials, and physicians are encouraged to refer patients to these trials. Of course, if there is no option available to participate, and the other treatment options have been exhausted or are contraindicated, then it is only reasonable and ethically warranted to offer this therapy on an individual patient basis or in a compassionate care setting. So this table is showing the summary of the 4 major trials for lutetium PSMA radioligand therapy. 3 of them have been completed. The 4th one, the last one, that is the PSM edition, is ongoing. It started in June 2021. It will end in Feb 2026. Now, this trial is very, very important, and it is different from the previous 3 trials. Why is it important? Why? The thing is that in the previous 3 trials, we are offering this treatment to those patients who have become castrate resistant. That is, they have exhausted most of the treatment options. In PSMA edition, the eligible patients are the ones who are still hormone sensitive, and they've had minimal or little treatment for prostate cancer. So hopefully the results of these trials will come out to be positive, and lutetium PSMA therapy, we are hoping, will acquire its rightful place at the very top of the ladder. Right now, it is being offered when most of the treatment options have been exhausted, but very soon it will be offered upfront for the treatment of prostate cancer. Relative contraindications: life expectancy less than 3 months, myelosuppression, progressive deterioration of organ function, and prognostic factors that are associated with a poor outcome include the following: patient tumor characteristics like age less than 65, ECOG, which is the performance status of more than 2, high Gleason score, short response to hormonal intervention, image findings like presence of visceral mets, presence of bone mets, high tumor volume, and high FDG uptake. Lab tests like high PSA levels, short PSA doubling time, high LDH and CRP levels, and low hemoglobin. So the following patients should be excluded from this therapy: those who are having lesions that show tumor uptake less than half of the parotid uptake or less than the liver uptake. This is the treatment regimen that we follow according to the guidelines. The radiopharmaceutical used is lutetium PSMA 617. The administered activity is fixed at 7.4, though we have been given a range from 6 to 9.3. The maximum number of cycles is 4 to 6, and the time interval between cycles should be 4 to 10 weeks. Taxane-based chemotherapy and radiotherapy should be avoided for at least 4 weeks prior to this therapy because of their myelosuppressive effects. Follow-up should include CBC, creatinine, and PSA levels 2 to 3 weeks after each cycle and 4 to 6 weeks after the last treatment cycle. And PSA levels should be interpreted according to the following criteria, which defines PSA progression as an increase in PSA level of greater than 25% at 2 time points at least 3 weeks apart. The optimal imaging modality for restaging is PSMA PET-CT, and the frequency varies, but it is usually recommended every 12 weeks or so. In short, the patient well-being remains the key parameter for the decision to continue therapy or not. Now, this therapy enjoys an excellent safety profile, with severe hematotoxicity reported in less than 10% of the patients, mild dryness of mouth in 90%, and nausea and fatigue in 50% of the cases. As far as toxicities are concerned, they can be managed by reducing the dose by 20% or by postponing the treatment cycle by 2 to 4 weeks. Or if the life-threatening toxicity persists, then you can simply discontinue the treatment. The efficacy is also quite good. Several studies have shown a PSA decline of more than 50% in more than half of the patients. Pain and quality of life improved significantly in more than half of the patients, and objective response by imaging was seen in more than 1/3 of the patients. Facility and personnel prerequisites. Well, radiopharmaceuticals may be received and administered only by authorized personnel in designated facilities that are subject to national regulations. Usually, the request for therapy is initiated by an oncologist, but ideally, this should be a tumor board decision. A nuclear medicine consultant is responsible for the following: administration of therapy, follow-up, close liaison with the referring physicians, an obligation to discuss all aspects of the treatment with the patient prior to the therapy. Now, this is the historic landmark trial. I'll be skipping through the details. And therapy trial, PSMA-4, PSMA addition. Now, this is an interesting paper, and it is of interest to all those who are interested in the current and new trials, because basically it gives you the summary, and it's been recently published in Oncologist. That is in May 2023. Here is a table from this paper, and it is including trials with various names, like the ones I mentioned earlier, even PSM addition, PSMA-4, Splash, Eclipse, Bullseye. Well, the purpose of all these trials is to shift the role of lutetium PSMA from the last treatment step to one of the initial treatment steps. Another table from the same paper showing some more trials, ProCure-1, UPAR, Uplift. And these trials are different from the previous ones because in these trials, lutetium PSMA is now being combined with other treatment regimens like radiotherapy, immunotherapy, and targeted therapy drugs. Continuation of the same table showing some more trials like Alphabet, UCAP, Prince, and Zapi, upfront PSMA. And again, they are having combinations of lutetium PSMA with radium-223, which incidentally is a bone-seeking agent, cabazitaxel, and immunotherapy drugs. A few words about actinium-225 PSMA targeted alpha therapy. We have given it in around 4 to 6 patients at our institute. And we usually give it when a patient presents the super scan pattern, that is extensive skeletal metastasis, because the short tissue range of an alpha particle translates into a more favorable dosimetry in case of red marrow infiltration. It has also been used in cases of resistance to lutetium PSMA therapy because we've seen that around 1/3 of the patients on lutetium therapy eventually become non-responders. However, the widespread use of actinium-225 has been restricted due to its unavailability. Presently, it can be obtained in limited quantities from 2 institutes across the world. One is in USA and the other is in Germany. So this is the flowchart depicting the treatment protocol for actinium PSMA, some papers pertaining to this therapy. Theranostics facility at InMode. Well, InMode has the honor of being the pioneering institute for lutetium therapy in Pakistan. Our theranostics lab became functional in November 2017. The first patient was treated in Feb 2018. So far, around 200 patients have been treated and more than 500 doses dispensed. We have a theranostics team. We also have a theranostics board that holds regular meetings where each patient referred for therapy is discussed in detail. This is the treatment protocol that we follow at InMode on outpatient basis. And at the time of discharge, the radiation dose rate should be less than 25 to 40 microsieverts per hour at a distance of 1 meter. At the time of discharge, we provide both verbal and written instructions to the patients to ensure reduced radiation exposure to the family and friends, and these include use of a separate washroom, refraining from all contact with young children and pregnant women for at least 3 days. Now, in 2019, I happened to visit a theranostics facility in Portugal with some of my colleagues, and we made quite a few interesting observations. Well, they had started the theranostics facility in 2013, and they had treated only 40 patients in 6 years with the use of lutetium dotatate for neuroendocrine tumors. By then, they had still not started lutetium PSMA for prostate cancer. They were charging 20,000 euros for a single patient dose. That amounts to around 36 lakh rupees at that time. And 4 doses for every patient meant 80,000 euros, or roughly 1.5 crore. At that time, we at InMode were charging 4 lakh. Now, this is a very interesting table. It will show you the comparison. That is over 4 years. From 2019 to 2013, the cost of 1 dose in Europe has increased from 20,000 euros to 25,000 euros. At our institute, it has risen from 4 lakh to now 13.5 lakh. But as you can see, as compared to Europe, it is still quite cheap. So like Dr. Shazia also mentioned earlier, I had some good news for all the treating physicians and all the patients of prostate as well as neuroendocrine tumors. Our institute, comstech, which I believe is a premier research and development institute under Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, has started local production of lutetium-177. And to my knowledge, I mean, this is a little outdated. They were mentioning like 6 patients have been treated so far at Irnam, Peshawar. The issue is, with the specific activity, because the recommended specific activity should be more than 80, and the locally produced one has a specific activity of around 13. They are trying to get around this issue, and we are hoping for some very good news in the near future. How much time do I have? Because I think I need to skip this part, how to set up a theranostics facility.
Okay.
I will go on to the clinical cases quickly from the InMode archives. Well, these are the pre and post-therapy images of the very first case of lutetium PSMA therapy that was conducted at InMode. We have proudly displayed these images at various forums. Case number 1, 66-year-old male diagnosed with prostate cancer, underwent radical prostatectomy and radiotherapy, remained well for 4 years, then developed bone metastases. He took various systemic therapies, plus palliative radiotherapy to shoulder and spine. PSA levels continued to rise, and he was referred to us for lutetium therapy. Gallium PSMA study was done. So these are the pre-therapy images that are showing widespread tracer-avid skeletal mass. Now, this patient went on to receive 4 cycles of lutetium therapy. There is a complete response on post-therapy gallium images, plus a 99.2% decline in PSA levels. Case number 2, 66-year-old male with prostate cancer. PSA levels were quite high, not responding to systemic therapy, suffering from pain and fatigue. He was referred to us for lutetium therapy. Gallium PSMA study revealed multiple nodal and bone mets. He received 2 cycles of lutetium PSMA therapy. Baseline and post-therapy images are showing a partial response in the nodal and bone mets. PSA levels decreased by 76%. There was significant improvement in pain and quality of life. This patient went on to complete 4 cycles of lutetium therapy. As you can see on the post-therapy images, there is a marked response, plus there was a 95% decline in the PSA levels. Case number 3, 58-year-old male, diagnosed with prostate cancer, underwent radiation and medical castration therapy, followed by chemotherapy. PSA levels started to rise. He was referred to us for lutetium therapy. Gallium PSA scan was done, showing multiple bony lesions. 3 doses were given, and PSA levels dropped from 7.6 to 0.1. Now, the post-therapy scan showed that all bone lesions had resolved, except the one in the right 4th rib, which showed intense tracer uptake in the stomach as well. And after the 3rd dose, the patient had developed heartburn and dyspepsia. And there was an increase in PSA levels from 0.1 to 2. Now, this patient underwent endoscopy, followed by gastrectomy, and histopath revealed adenocarcinoma stomach. Several papers have been published which show PSMA expression in the neovasculature of various other cancers, including kidney, lung, and breast. Very few papers are there regarding stomach cancer. However, as stomach is a very rare site of prostate cancer mets, we have to think about a second primary, and we were proven correct. I think I'll skip through the case number 4, and we'll just move on to the last 2 slides. So to summarize, our theranostics journey at Inmol started at the end of 2018. We conducted these therapies regularly till April 2020. We were sadly interrupted due to the COVID situation. Fortunately, we were able to restart in August 21. Until date, like I said earlier, more than 500 doses have been dispensed to 200 patients. This picture is of the theranostics team that we had at the time the first gallium scan was conducted in November 2017. And finally, with a lot of pride and sense of achievement, I'll be showing you these 2 research papers from our department that were recently published. The first one was published in Journal of Nuclear Medicine in February 2022. And incidentally, this journal has a very impressive impact factor of 11.1. Dr. Azra and I were part of the research team collaborating with IAEA. And the paper was titled Diagnostic Performance and Clinical Impact of Gallium PSMA PET-CT Imaging in Early Relapsed Prostate Cancer After Radical Therapy. It was a prospective multi-center study involving 17 centers, 15 countries, and around 1,200 patients. The study results showed that gallium PSMA PET-CT had a very high positivity rate for detection of local and metastatic disease, resulting in treatment modification in around 59% of the patients. This is the second paper, and it's been published recently in July 23 in Nuclear Medicine Communications. Again, Dr. Azra and I are the primary authors, and the paper is titled Therapeutic Efficacy and Safety Results of Lutetium-177 PSMA Therapy in Metastatic Castration-Resistant Prostate Cancer Patients, First Experience of a Developing South Asian Country. 25 patients were recruited and were administered 2 cycles of lutetium PSMA therapy. PSA levels, performance status, quality of life, and pain assessment were used to determine efficacy, and parameters of bone marrow and nephrotoxicity were used to assess safety. The study results showed that lutetium PSMA therapy resulted in significant decline in PSA levels and marked pain palliation in these patients. So as you can see, it's been quite a few years, and a theranostics journey has proved to be quite a landmark journey. We like to think that we offer hope when all hope is lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima, for your wonderful lecture. We enjoyed a lot with all the personal experiences regarding the protocols, the indications, and your experiences. Thank you very much. We are short in time, but I'll allow 2 questions. Are there any questions? Please.
Actually, this was the case that I happened to present last month in Kiran, Karachi, and the primary referring physician was also there. And I asked him, I sort of took the follow-up from him, and he said that we didn't do any chemotherapy, nothing further, and the patient is doing well. They just did gastrectomy to see his stomach, that's all. The PSA level had become sort of static. He said no further treatment, no further chemos, and no more lutetium therapy. Yes, what do you mean by resistance? You mean that we did not stop having any response? Yes, like I said, there were 4 cases in which the second case that I showed, no, that's the case I skipped. After 4 cycles, the PSA level started to rise and the disease sites increased. So we, had the patient given 1 cycle of actinium. And the response was good, but unfortunately, we could not acquire the second actinium cycle because lutetium productivity and its supply is very limited across the world. They follow a certain calendar. They do not cater to the need of the patients.
Okay, one more question there. We'll move on to the next section.
Uchi bol. Okay. I'm so sorry to Professor Algazar. I particularly, just a second, wanted you to be here for my talk, but you just entered when I finished. Okay. Yeah. Not at all, not at all. That is not a protocol. Any patient that is referred to us for lutetium therapy is subjected to a gallium PSMA PET-CT, that's it. And we do not do it after every therapy cycle, mind you. We stick to the post-therapy lutetium images on the SPECT-CT camera, because that is sort of an evidence of the ability of the lesions, plus it's a kind of a reference map. So, there is still controversy regarding the optimal time for the second or the third gallium PSMA PET-CT, but it should be done maybe after 4 cycles, that is at the end of the therapy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We cannot continue on with the question and answer. Thank you, Dr. Fatima, once again. Now moving with the PSMA. Our next speaker, you all know Dr. Sajia Fatima, President of the Society of the Nuclear Medicine, President Women in Nuclear Pakistan, Director Karachi Institute of Radiotherapy and Nuclear Medicine, Karachi. And she has been introduced earlier in the morning, so no need to go into details. So now we will enjoy her talk, the PSMA imaging, a never-ending success story. So Dr. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rehan, and it's my fault that this talk should have been before the therapy one, but somehow I placed my talk after the therapy part. So anyway, you have heard about how successful is the theranostic and the PSMA therapy in prostate cancer. But we should remember that before doing the therapy and deciding about the therapy, we should see what is to be treated. So for that, we have gallium-68 PSMA, but I will not directly jump to the PSMA. I will go through what we were used to be doing and what we are doing now. So probably going quickly through the epidemiology of the prostate cancer, there is a global rise in incidence, and in 2020, there were 1.4 million men which were diagnosed with prostate cancer. And the risk factors, we all know that it includes age, family history, race, and lifestyle. We have localized prostate cancer, then we have recurrent castrate-sensitive disease, and then we have castrate-resistant disease, to which we focus for the therapy. So biochemical failure or relapse is when two consecutive increase of PSA levels are more than 0.2 nanogram ml. It is important because we decide therapy, or we look for seeing what is happening with the patient when we suspect the biochemical recurrence. Staging is usually done on conventional imaging studies, and it's not sensitive enough for low PSA level. Positive findings are in less than 10% patient. Only recommendation is doing the conventional imaging when the PSA level is more than 10 nanogram per ml, and PSA doubling time is less than 6 months. So for biochemical failure or relapse, we plan radiotherapy. If we treat patients in which the PSA level are less than 0.5 nanogram per ml, 60 to 70% patients respond with progression-free survival, but treatment failure occurs in about 30% of the patient. So in low PSA level, we can have a local disease, we can have oligometastasis or multiple metastasis. So to define therapeutic strategy, we need better staging with a better imaging agent. So how we image prostate cancer? Conventionally, we used to image prostate cancer with ultrasound, with CT or with bone scan, which was supposed to be or thought to be the standard for prostate cancer staging. But the conventional imaging has staging because it is not sensitive enough in low PSA level, as I said earlier, and positive findings are seen in less than 10% patients. So what else we have? We have had FTG, molecular targets like FTG, fluoride, choline, acetate, PSMA, FDTH, and DCFPYL. So there are multiple options available for prostate cancer. We had to decide out of these which tracer we are going to use. So molecular imaging, when we talk about molecular imaging, it is osteotropic or oncotropic. Osteotropic is actually focusing on the bone, and for bone, we have bone scan, or for PET, we have NEF or sodium fluoride. In oncotropic, we have imaging of tumor cells, and we can think of F18 labeled choline, FACBC, gallium-68 PSMA, or F18 labeled PSMA. So how the evolution of molecular imaging in prostate cancer happened? We started with this monkey of bone scan, and probably we are at the middle of what we have is gallium-68 PSMA, probably will go to, I don't know where, maybe PAPI or something else. But we are going back to the future. And nuclear medicine in imaging of prostate cancer has evolved so much that what we thought will be a tremendous application of this molecular imaging is what we are seeing now. And I don't know what we will see in near future. So nuclear medicine started with bone scan for prostate cancer. Our bread and butter was bone scan. And bone scan is, the first bone scan was reported in 1966, the year I was born. So it is a landmark year when I was born and we had the first bone scan for prostate cancer. No, it doesn't matter because there are many landmark dates in this journey. So, and after that, we have imaging with prostate cancer. We have many guidelines coming which say that in low risk patient, we should not use this bone scan. We should use multi-parametric MRI. Intermediate risk, again, multi-parametric MRI and bone scan. And in high-risk patient, we again go to cross-sectional imaging, MP-MRI and bone scan. And also in locally advanced, we use MP-MRI, cross-sectional imaging and bone scintigraphy. So bone scan and prostate cancer is actually the same old thinking, the same old result we will get. But if we jump from the conventional osteotropic imaging from planar bone scan, we go to the SPECT-CT, we have additional information on the SPECT-CT. But if we go to NAF or sodium fluoride PET, we have more lesions seen on that. So in osteotropic imaging, we evolved from the simple MDP or HTP bone scan to NAF PET. But still, sensitivity, as we see that sensitivity and sensitivity increase in all these when compared with the planar bone scan, planar bone scan and SPECT, and then F18 fluoride PET and F18 fluoride PET CT. So the sensitivity increased tremendously. However, the specificity was not so good. Only in F18 PET CT, it was about 100%. So from osteotropic imaging, we go to the oncotropic imaging, which is F18 labeled FTG or choline or PSMA or gallium-68 PSMA. So what we had is Barbie versus Oppenheimer. And I don't know which one you prefer, but I will definitely go for the colored images. So bone scan is still very in, but it is so black and white and not very attractive anymore. So in prostate cancer, we started not with PSMA. In PET, what we had is choline PET in prostate cancer initially. And the images, we had kind of fuzzy images. It was starry night and you had to look for the brighter spots in that whole scenario. And the sensitivity of imaging in in meta-analysis, we saw that it is not that commendable. And indication of choline PET in biochemical recurrence were when the PSA is more than 1.5 nanogram per ml and doubling time is less than 6 months. And for C11 choline and F11 choline, the results were similar. So choline PET had low sensitivity, and that is why it did not reach clinically acceptable diagnostic accuracy for detection of lymph node metastasis to rule out a nodal dissection based on risk factor or nomogram. So we started with choline PET, but we have limitation with that. So from choline PET, we came to PSMA. So PSMA versus choline, PSMA has a better detection rate. It is about more than 80% as compared to 70% which we saw in choline. The more number of lesions were detected when the PSA was less than 2 nanogram. in PSMA when compared with choline, and it had higher SUV max and higher tumor to background ratio. So we were able to see lymph node metastasis and also bone marrow and liver metastasis. So again, that same study showing that PSMA is better imaging agent than choline. And similar when we talked about what we saw in choline, we have if the PSA was less than 1 nanogram, 1 nanogram, we have sensitivity of 36%, and in 1 to 2, it went to 43, and then more than 3, it was 73. But when we compare on the similar PSA levels, the PSMA has proven increased sensitivity, which is about 58%, 73%, 93%, and almost 97% at PSA more than 2 nanogram per ml. So PSMA PET has better diagnostic efficacy, and in different guidelines, a systemic review of about 12 studies, they reported that it's a better imaging agent than choline, but still for initial staging, it is not recommended. There are about more than 3,000 papers since 2012 on PSMA PET imaging in prostate cancer, about 700 papers in 2022 on PSMA in prostate imaging, and more than 400 papers in 9 months of 2023. So it just shows the type of trials and studies and research going on in the on PSMA gallium-68 imaging in prostate cancer. And probably in coming years, we are going to have an answer for the question, which one is the best imaging agent in prostate cancer diagnosis, staging, biochemical recurrence, therapy planning, and CRPC. So I will go through all these one by one. In diagnosis, if we see the EUA, ENM, ASTRO guidelines, the recommendation is still for multiparametric MRI and bone scan. They are not recommending doing PSMA imaging for the diagnosis of prostate cancer. So it's all about multiparametric MRI. But if my question would be that if we don't have multiparametric MRI available, which is not available at many sites in Pakistan, so what will be the answer for that? Will it be PSMA imaging, or will it be conventional bone scan, or whatever alternate we have? So, but guideline says that it is not recommended to do PSMA imaging to diagnose prostate cancer. For staging, we have PSMA present in only as a PET-CT finding based on if the treatment is not to be changed, but we have high-risk patient. Only in high-risk patient, they recommend doing staging with PSMA PET imaging, not in low-risk patient and not in intermediate risk disease. In this paper, which was published in Journal of Urology, they say that PSMA PET has proved to be superior to standard routine imaging for staging of the patient in high-risk group. So that is what is recommendation of ESMO and then ENM, that we have to do staging with PSMA only in high-risk patients, not in intermediate or low-risk patients. So going to the clinical impact of PSMA PET, if we have biochemical recurrence, the conventional imaging is negative, and choline PET is not detecting as much as lesion as PSMA PET. So the PSMA PET is actually answered. If we compare it with the choline done in the same patient, we are seeing more number of lesions in this patient. So clinical impact of PET is what we do for planning therapy. Do we postpone hormonal therapy? And when we are planning targeted radiotherapy versus surgeries for millimetric node or patient with previous PLND, and in guided surgery, we will have clinical impact of doing PSMA PET imaging in all these scenarios. There are no trials or prospective studies, but there are few papers addressing all these indications in which the hormonal therapy, postponement, and targeted radiotherapy versus surgery or lesion localization with the help of probes was done. In all these indications, the PSMA PET has been used. So prostate cancer in randomized multi-center study, they said that PSMA PET has greater accuracy, and it has better specificity and better sensitivity in pelvic node metastasis. And management change occurred about in which is 5% of the total population of this randomized control trial, which was published in Lancet in 2022. So change of therapy can happen with this, and then the staging, it can upstage or downstage the patient as well. So for staging, we have PSMA PET in high-risk group, again, not recommended in low risk or intermediate risk disease. So PSMA PET has increasing utility in staging because it has better detection rate, but it does not mean that clinical outcome will change with the diagnosis of more lesions. So another paper which was published in European Urological Oncology in 2022, which showed that optimized primary nodal staging and surgical management of prostate cancer patient, it has, the PSMA study has high negative predictive value with low risk patient. So we can plan therapy, surgery based on this. The bread and butter of PSMA imaging is biochemical recurrence, and it has been shown in different paper, and based on all those paper, EUAU, ENM, and ASTRO, they gave guidelines, and PET-CT seems to be the most sensitive technique to detect biochemical recurrence in prostate cancer. So there are different papers. I think I can just skip that where we can do, but the guidelines, according to guideline, we can do PSMA PET imaging for recurrence after radiotherapy and also after radical prostatectomy. In both these conditions, PSMA PET is recommended. So again, different cases. So PSMA PET in biochemical recurrence is actually our master stroke. It has a clear clinical role, and it is recommended by all guidelines, and that is the mainstay of this imaging technique that is currently recommended by various societies. PSMA imaging has also been done in different scenarios where non-metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, the imaging was done. And in this study, very interestingly, PSMA was able to pick lesions when it was called non-metastatic even. So we have an eye to kill and a view to kill, and actually what we do is we give a view of what is a target for your therapy. So that is what PSMA is doing. when we do the scan in patients which are planned for, which has castration resistant, has tried all kind of therapies, failed on all kind of therapies, and still the PSA is rising. Then we do PSMA scanning, and then we plan therapy based on these scans. So PSMA therapy planning, it is again a very good indication. It is mandatory to have PSMA scan before radioligand therapy with lutetium-177. And in future, what we are seeing is that we have PSMA being used in radio-guided surgery, in which they are localizing lesion with the help of probes to do the dissection. So the take-home message is that indication of recurrence, biochemical recurrence is the main indication of doing PSMA scan. We can do staging only in high-risk patient, and it is not recommended to do PSMA scan in for initial diagnosis of prostate cancer. However, the upcoming indication can be response assessment and therapy planning, as we assess what we have given after, like Dr. Arzu told, that there is no consensus, but still after 2 or 3 cycles of PSMA lutetium therapy, we again do imaging to see the success of therapy. And for planning therapy, we have to do PSMA scan. So from same old ways of CT and ultrasound and bone scan, we are going to new ways like multi-parametric MRI for diagnosis and PSMA PET imaging for limited staging, biochemical recurrence, therapy assessment, and therapy plan. So PET is the future of prostate cancer imaging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Dr. Savia. Before going to the question answer, I have a few comments actually. Regarding the black and white bone scan, we shouldn't ignore bone scan, because actually we have evolved the nuclear medicine to this day through the black and white bone scan as well as the thyroid scans. So we have to always keep in our mind with those things. And regarding the technology, in the gamma camera, we can easily convert it into beautiful colored images, like we see in the SPECS city, or you like the PETs. We can do a planar bone scan like that. We can interpret, or we can show the image like that. The next thing regarding the guideline. Actually, guideline is not Quran. It changes, it evolves. So maybe today we don't have the protocol, we don't have the guideline to use PSMA for the initial diagnosis, but tomorrow it might and it should. Let us hope so. And finally, regarding that gamma probe for the diagnosis of the local lymph nodes, it's a similar to the gamma probe used in the detection of the sentinel lymph nodes in the breast cancer cases. So we are also looking for that technology in the coming days for the application of the protein. Now, I would request for a few questions. Okay, please, the microphone.
I would just like to add one answer to what you have commented. We are not ignoring bone scan. Any nuclear medicine center, I think if I'm not exaggerating, about 30 to 40% burden of any nuclear medicine center is bone scan. What we can add is, like, they have a trial going on for technetium PSMA in different 7 or 8 countries, which is called, I just forgot the name, but it is going on around the world in 7 countries. And fortunately, comstech has developed technetium PSMA. We have already done 2 research studies with that, and now 20 centers of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission are running a national trial on technetium-based PSMA imaging, and we have two groups. We will compare technetium PSMA finding with the gallium-68 PSMA. And I hope one day we can use technetium PSMA because PET will never be in all centers. So technetium will always be available, and that will, I think, will be the real breakthrough when we develop agents which are labeled with the technetium instead of the fancy
The cyclotron
cyclotron
other
produced
thing.
thing.
Let us hope for the best.
But still colored images are more attractive.
I'll take it some more. Okay, your question, please.
Ma'am, I have a question that in cancer, one of its hallmark is angiogenesis.
Can you speak a little louder?
Ma'am, one of the hallmark of cancer is its angiogenesis. Right now, I wanted to ask now, you were saying that this therapy is gold standard right now. So has this therapy been effective in reducing the angiogenesis for prostate cancer?
I think what I can make from your question is that this therapy is lutetium therapy you are talking about. वो वाला दूसरा वाला दे रहे हैं.
Ma'am, I'm asking this question that this therapy definitely has reduced prostate cancer. But my question is, has it reduced angiogenesis in cancer, in prostate cancer?
I think if we go to trials which were run and which led to approval of this therapy in FDA and came into different guidelines, like vision trial we talked about, and we talked about therapy trial. They must have had they had different arms and different things. They must have had, if they are looking for PSA decline and differentiation in images pre and post therapy, they must have looked into the pathological aspect as well. I'm not sure whether it was directly addressed or not, but at least what was the standard guideline to declare that this therapy has success, that was on PSA.
Any more questions?
Because I think I showed a slide which was explaining the rationale behind the therapy. So the thing is that this PSMA is actually overexpressed on the surface of prostate cancer cells, right? So the complex that is having a radionuclide gets internalized through endocytosis, and it goes inside the prostate cancer cell. And from there, it emits beta radiations, and that are going to destroy the cancer cells. So any blood vessels that are in the vicinity and that have, over multiplied a part of the carcinogenesis, they will also be radiated, right?
I think that clears the question. So if we do not have any further question, we will move on the final presentation. Thank you, Dr. Sadia, once again for an excellent presentation. So now let us come to the final topic, and that's the peptide receptor therapy in neuroendocrine tumor, and it will be presented by Dr. Muhammad Adnan Saeed, Head Nuclear Medicine, Oncology and Radiotherapy Institute, Noori, Islamabad. And he's working as a consultant of nuclear medicine and head at Noori, and also adjunct faculty of the Shifa Tamir Millat University, Islamabad. He passed his MBBS and then MS and FCPS, also PhD from here, from the Qaid-e-Azam University. And he's examiner and supervisor of FCPS, MPhil, MD, PhD students of different universities. He is also he was the General Secretary of Pakistan Society of Nuclear Medicine and recipient of gold medals. General Barki FCPS gold medal in 2009, performance gold medal by Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission in 2016. He is also member editorial board of Pakistan Journal of Nuclear Medicine and member editorial board of Journal of Rawalpindi Medical College. So, Dr. Muhammad Adnan Said, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for my introduction. And first of all, I'm thankful to the organizers, especially Professor Khurshid, for inviting me on this workshop. And it's probably being the last part of this today's activity. It's difficult for me to make the audience active during this session. And secondly, it's also difficult for me because many of my senior nuclear physicians are here, and to express or to present something in front of those experienced persons is a bit difficult. However, it is a blessing too, because whenever there is some question or some comment from the audience, I can refer to my senior colleagues over here. And regarding this seminar, as we are talking about the advances in the nuclear medicine and its applications. So as a Muslim, because first thing which was revealed from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was about the to read, Iqra. And this is not just a message. This is those who know the Arabic, this is actually an order that we should read. And being a physician and being a doctor, it is also necessary for us to know the advances and all the things, because when we are practicing, according to one hadith, when we are practicing and we are prescribing the things to our patients, we should know the consequences of those things. Otherwise, we are responsible for that, whatever has been done. And especially for the people who are dealing with the radiation, we should know the consequences before prescribing everything, because one day we have to answerable to all our needs. Regarding the topic which is assigned today is something has been discussed regarding the radionuclide therapy, especially in the prostate cancer. Some of the slides are maybe similar as previously shown by Dr. Arzu in her talk regarding the PSMA therapy, but few things will be different. I will give a brief outline of my presentation. Is that first of all, I'll talk briefly about the neuroendocrine tumors. Then what are the indications of the peptide receptor radionuclide therapy? Principle of targeted therapy, because this is a targeted therapy. And for neuroendocrine tumors, how it works. And especially we'll talk about the lutetium-177 therapy and brief 1 to 2 slides of our experience at our hospital. I'll try to finish the things within the time because everyone is looking me and also this watch. The neuroendocrine tumors are approximately about 2/3 of the out of all the neuroendocrine tumors, 2/3 originate from the gastrointestinal tract and pancreas. Therefore, mostly they are known as gastroenteropancreatic neuroendocrine tumors. A small proportion originates from the lungs or the thymus, and most of them have secretory granules, and 80% or more have somatostatin receptors on them. According to the NCCN guidelines version 3, which was published in 2021, there are grade 1, 2, and 3. The difference is on the basis of the mitosis and the Ki67 index. And you can see from this slide that well-differentiated tumor with less than 2 mitosis per 2 millimeter square is grade 1. And if it is mitosis between 2 to 20 per 2 millimeter square, and Ki67 index increases from 3 to 20%, it is grade 2. And for grade 3, it is mitosis is more than 20 per 2 millimeter square, and Ki67 more than 20%. There is the last category is poorly differentiated. The mitosis and the Ki67 index is more or less the same, but the difference is between the differentiation. And this last one is called known as neuroendocrine carcinoma. So this grading is important regarding the referral of the patients for radionuclide therapy. These are the other tumors which they express these somatostatin receptors. They are pheochromocytomas, paragangliomas, meningiomas, medullary thyroid cancers, and dedifferentiated thyroid cancers. Regarding the treatment of the neuroendocrine treatment, the basic treatment is the surgery. And if in most of the cases, there are two reasons. One is that most of the patients present with the metastasis, and the second is surgery is not possible at that time. Therefore, at that time, the goal of the treatment is the symptom control and the palliative care. And in most of these cases, they are expressing the somatostatin receptors. Therefore, all the guidelines, NCCN, the North American Neuroendocrine Tumor Society, and the Society of Nuclear Medicine and Molecular Imaging, they recommend somatostatin receptor analogs for the first time of the treatment in grade 1 and 2 cases. And in most of the cases, frequently resistance develops. And for these patients, if they progress to the second stage, then lutetium dotatate therapy is recommended. And some of the cases, they are candidates for the chemotherapy and liver-directed therapies. The chemotherapies in some forms is given as sunitinib and temozolomide plus capecitabine. So the indication for the PRRT, because we are discussing the treatment, the guideline recommend that it is a treatment option for patients whose tumors are somatostatin receptor positive. This is on the basis of the imaging, as we have talked about the gallium imaging before, and those who have progressed on this octreotide or lenalidomide, that the disease have progressed. So, discussing about the peptide receptor therapy, it is a targeted therapy which is specific for tumor or tumor metastasis seeking non-radioactive compounds. These are combined to the radioisotopes, and they concentrate selectively in target tissues and impact radiation damage to malignant cells. And the radioisotopes are usually beta emitters. So how this targeted therapy, it affects the tumor cells. Basically, it affects the chromatin material or the DNA. And with any of the mechanisms, like it can change the chemical structure of the bases. As we know that there are pyrimidines and purines, and ATGC combination is present in the DNA molecule. They may break the sugar phosphate backbone or break the hydrogen bonds connecting the base pair. And in this diagram, you can see that this DNA with the pair has been broken on 1 or 2 places. This is due to treatment or radiation or the targeted therapy. Regarding the characteristics, higher the energy of the beta emission, more is the radiation damage. And we can see with the help of this diagram that the radiation damage is more in case of the rhenium. This just for an example, because it has got higher beta emission energy, and the path length which it traverses more. So more cells are damaged with the higher energy of the beta emission. So regarding the development of this therapy, as we are talking about the advances, so a brief outline of the history, because the indium DTPA was used first for the imaging of this periotype, this neuroendocrine tumors. And this was established in clinical routine and approved for the imaging purposes in 1994. Later on, it was thought that if a radiopharmaceutical is actively being taken by these cells, therefore we can develop an isotope or radioisotope which can help in the treatment of these patients. So initially, after the 1994, the work was done, and indium-111 pentuotide, this was used initially for the treatment, and for that matter, the Auger and convergent electrons, which are emitted by the indium-111, they help in the destroying of these cells. But the results were very limited, and work were started at that time and continues later on. And so far, so many trials have been carried out, and some of them has gained the popularity. And on the basis of one trial, it has been FDA approved for certain types of the neuroendocrine tumors. The famous trial is the NETTER-1 trial. And in this trial, a number of the patients were incorporated with two arms. One was given the lutetium dotatate therapy, and other was given long-acting receptor analogs. And this was the phase 3 trial, and the primary endpoint was progression-free survival. And whereas the secondary endpoint was the response rate, overall survival, safety, quality of life, and dosimetry purposes. So the progression-free survival we can see from this curve was 65.2 for lutetium group versus the 10.8 for LAR group with the p-value of less than 0.01. There are certain adverse effects which were observed in that trial, and they were rare. Myelodysplasia occurred in 2% of the cases, and only one death was reported, but that was not purely from the treatment. Disease itself was progressing. That might be the cause of that death. Again, there was a problem that this retreatment was not standardized, that in patients, retreatment is required. The other thing is that in this trial, the patients only with the neuroendocrine tumor of the midgut was included. The patients with the pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor was not included in the study. And therefore, this other trials, they are also being carried out. One of that is called ocular-random trial. And in that trial, they included the pancreatic neuroendocrine tumor. And in this case, they saw that there were patients which were having the grade 2 to 3 disease, and some have got liver involvement, and there are other patients who have got certain other therapies as well. The Ki-67 index was in the NETTER-1 trial was only less than 20%, but in these cases they have included other cases as well. So it was randomized, and the patients were given, one arm was given this lutetium, and the other was given sunitinib. The primary endpoint was that progression-free survival was met 80%, and adverse events occur less frequently in this trial. Other trials which are going on, and some of these are still in the phase of including the patients in these trials so far. This is the COMPETE trial that compares lutetium DOTATOC to mTOR inhibitor, and the NETTER-2 also, and COMPOSE trial. There are trials which are with the other trials. They use the alpha-emitting radionuclides, that is lead-dotamate, and this drug is given 2.5 megabecquerel per kg 4 times at 8 weeks interval. And for the first 10 subjects with this recommended activity, the overall response rate was 80%. However, this study has been published in 2022. The trial is still ongoing. In another study, actinium dotatate was given, and this was also published in 2022. These patients also received capecitabine along with the lutetium, and the response was the overall response rate was 51%, and 24-month progression-free survival was 67 months. Another trial is going on with the terbium-161 and copper sartate. This is under process, and a few results have been published so far. So the basic of this PRRT therapy is that it is a somatostatin analog, binds to somatostatin receptors, which are overexpressed on the gastroenteropancreatic neuroendocrine cells, and which is responsible for binding and internalization of the radionuclide. There are, as we have talked about, the different radiopharmaceuticals so far which have been used for this therapy.
there are certain physical and chemical characteristics of these radionuclides on the basis of which availability and other factors we can select the radiopharmaceutical or radionuclide for the treatment. However, so far as lutetium has been approved by the FDA in this neuroendocrine tumor, we'll talk briefly about the lutetium therapy in the neuroendocrine tumors, that it has got a physical half-life of 6.71 days with the gamma emission and beta emission both. So the constituents of the PRRT is that this sort of slide you have seen in the previous presentation as well, that this radioisotope it binds with a chelator and a peptide, and that this combination then binds to the target which is present in the tumor cells, and then it enters into the cells. This diagram, this may answer the question which was asked for the damage to the tumor cells, that the peptide, a chelator, and the radioisotope, this combination binds with the receptors in the tumor cells, internalizes, and then receptors come back on the surface of the cell, and these complexes, they damage the cells, and which will affect on the response of this radionuclide on the disease. For the lutetium therapy in neuroendocrine tumors, Karnofsky performance status more than 60 or ECOG less than 2, tumor differentiation, preferably in grade 1 and 2, and tumor proliferation rate preferably in Ki67 index less than 20%. These are the general exclusion like pregnancy and breastfeeding mothers and patient with other concomitant severe illness or psychiatric disorders, they are not included. There are certain other prerequisites for this treatment, that the kidney function should be good and GFR should be at least 70% of the mean age-adjusted normal values. Regarding the hematological reserves, the patient should have WBC count more than 3,000, platelet count more than 75,000, and RBC count more than 3,000, and hemoglobin 10 gram per deciliter. Regarding the somatostatin analogs, if patient is taking on long-acting preparations, which should be stopped 3 to 4 weeks before the therapy, and for the short-acting ones, 24 hours before the therapy, these are stopped. There are certain other conditions which should be considered before the therapy, that if a patient has got renal outflow obstruction, which can be assessed or which can be diagnosed on the basis of imaging modalities, especially on the DTPA or the renal scan, then the special precautions should be taken, and a nephrologist consultation should be taken before the treatment. And if the patient has got myelotoxic chemotherapy before this therapy, and there are signs of this myelosuppression, then the caution should be taken. And if there are strong indication of the hematological compromise, then a bone marrow biopsy can be carried out before this treatment of the patient. For the pre-medication, antiemetics like ondansetron which should be given before the therapy, and if required later on, it can also be added. The corticosteroids are given 4 milligram IV shortly before the treatment, and if required, it may be repeated. For the renal protection, a solution containing 50 gram, total 50 gram of lysine arginine 25 gram in 2 liters of normal saline is given. It is started about an hour before, and it is continued total for 3 to 4 hours during the treatment. For the non-compromised patients, the administered activity which is recommended so far is about 150 to 200 millicurie, and 3 to 5 cycles are given, and time intervals between the cycles is 10 to 12 weeks. In cases of the compromised patients, as we have talked earlier, there might be some reduction in the dose on the basis of the reduced renal function, and nephrologist consultation can be taken. We can improve the hydration if that is recommended by the nephrologist for these patients. Also, if there is hematological problems in the patient, like low counts, blood counts, then we can get the hematologist consultation regarding the GSF or the erythropoietin or the blood transfusion or packed cell before the treatment. The side effects of this treatment are usually mild if proper preparations are done and the kidney and bone marrow functions are adequate. However, despite the good kidney protection, it has been observed that there is loss of kidney function with a creatinine clearance loss of about 3.8% per year after the treatment. The severe side effects are very rare and mostly reversible, that is in the form of the bone marrow toxicity. In male patients, there is transient impairment of the fertility has been observed due to the irradiation of the Sartori cells, and this is documented with the transient rise in the FSH. Recovery is usually complete within 2 years following end of the therapy. Patients with liver involvement, if the liver involvement is mild or if there is no involvement, there is no significant toxicity reported and no precautions are required. However, if there is liver involvement is extensive, then the liver toxicity may occur and it may pose a serious complication in cases. Regarding the response of the treatment from the published studies so far, the response in gastroenteropancreatic neuroendocrine tumors is the complete remission was 2 to 6%, whereas the partial response was 9 to 29%. Similar values of the response have been observed in the cases of the lung and neuroendocrine tumors of pheochromocytomas and paragangliomas. However, the less favorable results were observed in medullary thyroid cancer and dedifferentiated thyroid carcinomas. The encouraging results have been reported in meningiomas and medulloblastomas and astrocytomas. Regarding survival analysis, the patients having high somatostatin receptor expression at entry into study, they have got significantly higher objective response, which translate into significantly longer survival. This explains that the slide I have shown that in which the receptors on the surface of the tumor cells, they take this radionuclide inside the tumor cells. So higher expression will take more drug or this radionuclide inside the cell, causing more damage to the cancer cells. This is just showing the dosimetry, and it is evident that kidney has got the highest radiation dose in these cases. Regarding follow-up of the cases, one is the between the cycles that every 2 to 4 weeks, if patient is stable, is asked for a blood CP, renal function test, and liver function test. And for intermediate and long-term follow-up, this tests are performed 8 to 12 weeks for the first year after the completion of the therapy. And for the other parameters like clinical, morphological, and biochemical, every 6-month follow-up is recommended. The values are below the limits indicated for PRRT. It means that if the basic baseline tests are below the recommended limits, which I have shown in the previous slide, then either the patient should receive a lower activity or the next cycle may be postponed. Sometimes the treatment should be interrupted to avoid any complications. This is a slide which shows briefly about the treatment cycle, that the long-term this octreotide somatostatin analogs, these are stopped, and then after 4 weeks, first this dose is given. 2 weeks earlier, the blood test performed. Similarly, before the second treatment, that is, this is week 4 and this is week 12, about 9 to 10 weeks, the blood tests are performed, and then again, before 20th week, these tests are performed. Same in the same way, in this diagram, 4 cycles are given, and then after the end of the therapy, 3 months after the completion of the therapy, the scan is being done. With this, some brief outline of the treatment of this PRRT or the peptide receptor radionuclide therapy in neuroendocrine tumor. We at NURI have I can say a limited experience. This was started in 2019. Dr. Shazia was there at that time. And after that, we have some problem regarding the drug and all the things. So far, we have done only 44 doses we have given to 12 patients. The data, although has not been analyzed so far, but the preliminary things show that the patient age was between 29 to 74 years. And 10 patients had neuroendocrine tumor of this gastroenteropancreatic. And 3 patients has non-gastroenteropancreatic neuroendocrine tumors. Out of these patients, side effects are very minimal in most of the cases. One thing, only about one patient, I just want to share that that patient has got the jaundice because of the disease in the liver. The lesion was shown in the diagnostic scan. And after the treatment, his jaundice was improved and also the lesion was decreased in size. This is the scan of that patient. And this lesion was, this is the second scan. So this is our experience at our hospital. And then the last, just a slide showing Professor Al-Ghazar, if we can combine the this photograph that was taken. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Adnan Said. I have a personal query, not with your lecture, but about this General Barki FCPS gold medal. Who was General Barki?
General Barki was the person who started this College of Physicians and Surgeons of
When?
It was 1964.
So maybe the same person, because in my slide, I have shown that the Dhaka Radioisotope Center was inaugurated by General Barki. At that time, he was the Health Minister of Pakistan. So maybe the same person. So we have many things in common in class. Anyway, thank you for your excellent, informative presentation. Are there any questions? Everyone must be tired by now.
And I was trying to finish it.
Yeah, thank you. And are there any questions? If not, then we come to the end of the session. In fact, the today's session. Tomorrow we will meet again at 9 a.m. inshallah. And so thank you, everyone. May I call Professor Hasnain to conclude any remarks? Or any announcement for tomorrow, anything, if you want to. Please. Yeah.
As a routine, we do give certificates of participation for attending a workshop. There's some tendencies of people to leave after the first day or after the first session. So this time we are taking attendance and we will provide certificates on the basis of your participation or attendance in the sessions.
So please, everyone, be here tomorrow. Otherwise, you will be getting the certificate of attendance. Thank you all. Allah Hafiz.